Good morning, everyone. Jury members, faculty, and participants, those of you who are in the room with us here today, and for all those of you joining us online, welcome to the Residential Cooling Retrofit Division. The Residential Cooling Retrofit Division tackles a pressing issue in our warming climate: efficient cooling for homes, which make up to 80% of existing buildings in India. This division is all about product innovation. Teams have designed, built, and tested prototypes to enhance cooling while ensuring their solutions are easy to install and appealing to users. I'm excited to welcome all of you to the presentations in the RCR division to see how these students are making cooling more accessible and sustainable. My name is Amrit Raj, and I'm the MC for today. So it's my job to keep all of us on time, and I'll be taking this very seriously. Our finalist teams have put in a lot of hard work. They have submitted their project reports about a month ago, and today, these teams will present their work to the jury. Teams, you have 20 minutes for your presentation, followed by a 10-minute Q&A. There will be a 5-minute break after that, and teams must use this 5 minutes to take your prototype out of the room and make room for the next team who will be presenting. The Residential Cooling Retrofit Division has 3 jury members who have expertise in product development, entrepreneurship, and cooling. We have Kshitij Sawant, who's a solution consultant at Sahaj Software. Hi, Kshitij. Welcome. Next, we have Yash Shukla, who is the principal researcher and center head, Center for Advanced Research in Building Science and Energy, CRDF, at CEPT University. Hi, Yash. Welcome to RCR. And our third jury member is Himansha Singh, who is a co-founder at Krast. Hi, Himansha. These jury members have had about 3 weeks to review the report submitted by the teams. They have looked at all your work and have already assessed your entries for all the 10 contests in the decathlon. Teams, your presentations here today will help them hear your narrative. They will assess your presentation and your mastery over the solution through the Q&A session. They may revise their scores based on what they hear from you today. Jury members, I'm so excited to have you meet the teams today. So I'll need to interrupt people, including you, from time to time to help us stay on track. Please don't mind, and I'm definitely looking for your support on this. Please keep your comments and questions short and to the point. All right? Okay, so we're going to start with our first presentation for the day. It's from team Aavishkaar. So they've developed Aavishkaar, a radiant cooling system, which also doubles as a very attractive furniture for the room. You can see the prototype over there. Presenters from team Aavishkaar, I welcome you to please take the stage. All right, teams, I'm going to give you this instruction one more time, and I'll be giving this instruction to every team just before they present. You have 20 minutes to present your work to the jury. At 15 minutes, I will ring up a single bell. It means you have 5 minutes left. And at the 20th minute, you have to stop. You will definitely be stopping your presentation. Okay? You have a timer here which is visible to you. All right. After that, you have 10 minutes for Q&A with the jury. Okay? Right, so team Aavishkaar, your time starts now.
Okay. Good morning to all the juries, all the faculty, and my dear finalists. We are team Aavishkaar from Shah and Anchor College, and we are students of 13 disciplines, including electronics and telecommunication, IT and AIML, as well as computer sciences. So we are a team which focuses on the living conditions and the cooling efficiency of the units, that is our ACs. we we ring a question in our mind that what if we can reimagine cooling? That is not only just a device, but as a living culture, as a living space itself. That question led to our solution, that is our research, which led to meeting people, real homes, and real struggles. That is when we came across a lady who is also faculty, or we can say a teacher in a school, and she lives in a compact house in Mumbai. Her name is Miss Deepti Pawar. And she had a concern with the cooling. That is, yeah, it cools efficiently, although the pipes and jitters always comes out, and it looks very ugly to look at. Another one of our people said that yes, it is cooling, although it is very not fitting in the environment. And another one said that there is a maintenance hassle. Means we have to keep on maintaining it on a regular basis, and it's also a problem, which is what led to our conclusion that we concluded from our research. That is, mostly the three problems that we focus on are, first of all, energy efficiency, secondly, maintenance hassle, and thirdly, aesthetic pleasing. So what we came to a solution is, what if we don't just define what is cooling, but also what is present as a unit itself in our house, that is a living aesthetic. So we came to a solution that we can integrate all these things in one unit. That is our solution, AirEco. AirEco stands for Air Radiant Integrated Cooling Object. Quite a hefty name. But if you look at it, we can find it is a multifunctioning cooling system that cools your space efficiently, doubles as a smart storage unit. It is compact, elegant, and sustainable, and it is comfort plus utility. Means it is not just a living space, it is not just a unit that is cooling, but also providing sustainable storage shelf unit. The main benefits that we come across, why did we choose AirEco first of all? That is, it is consuming little to less power, and it has space efficiency, it is aesthetically pleasing, and it has storage enabled inside itself. How does it work, you ask? Firstly, it has its own refrigerant cooling system, which will cool the air with all the components, that is evaporative coil condensers and all that. Then there is radiant cooling, something similar to radiant cooling, where we will be using the surface area of the water coils, which will be cooling the air more efficiently.
To further explain the working of AirEco, what is AirEco? AirEco is nothing but a perfect amalgamation between two technologies of a traditional air conditioning cycle along with a radiant cooling technology. All tucked into a perfectly furnished unit. To further explain to you how AirEco works, I'd like to take you through how a traditional air conditioning works. In a traditional air conditioner, there are four primary components. Firstly, compressor and condensing coils, which are placed in the outdoor unit of the AC. Then expansion valve and evaporative coils. The evaporative coil is the component where the actual cooling takes place. Now in the AirEco, what we have done is, we have taken a set of pipes or a set of coils from the evaporator, which we'll be using to chill the water stored in the water reservoir. Then once the water gets chilled to the appropriate temperature, that water will be pumped out to the water cooling coils, which are embedded into the shelves of our product. So the final explanation of AirEco is, we have put an exhaust fan into the bottom, which sucks in the hot air from the above, which gets partially cooled with the help of that cool water coil, which passes through, the air gets passed through it. After that, that partially cooled air gets passed through the traditional air conditioning coils, which further cools down the air and brings it to the required temperature which has been needed. This system enables us to further control the relative humidity, as well as give the perfect explanation or the perfect solution for a traditional air conditioning unit. Now to back this up, this is the working. To back our projects, there are a few calculations has been done by our team. Firstly, the calculation part, we calculated the amount of energy required to cool down the water. Once we got to know that that amount is quite less, then we checked how much air can be cooled using that water. After which, we calculated lastly, those were the things. And as there are peripheral devices in our system, as I said, a DC pump is there along with a fan, which gets swapped with the blower in the traditional unit. So the components used by the Airico in our model right now have been borrowed by a 3-star air conditioner. The COP of that 3-star air conditioner comes out to be of 3.5. So we calculated the new COP of our Airico, including the power consumption of our peripheral units. Those were the DC motors, exhaust fan, were all controlled using a PCB. The improved or the actual COP of our product comes out to be of 3.4, which is at par to the traditional air conditioning unit. To further bring the analysis, the team will explain.
So right now we have done with the working and calculations. Now we are comparing what's already out there. So we are having an analogy and comparison with the split ACs and traditional cooler. As we conducted a survey in which we came to know that the most commonly used cooling devices are split ACs and traditional cooler. So we have 5 parameters, that is energy efficiency, space efficiency, aesthetics, eco-friendliness, and installation. So we are comparing. As rightly pointed out by Yashraj, we are using radiant cooling technology. So in that way, the power consumption would be low as the load on compressor would be reduced as a pre-processed air. A cooled down air is passed to the compressor. Space efficiency is also quite high for our product as it is already replacing the existing components in a room. That it is not taking any extra space in our room. And aesthetics, as we can also see in that, the unit is also quite aesthetically pleasing. Eco-friendliness, as our radiant cooling technology uses distilled water, the unit is also quite eco-friendly. And installation, the installation for Airico may be slightly complicated as we require just a technician to install these things. Then we move on to the point of co-benefits. As our product, as we can see, we have a bookshelf architecture here. But these coils, the most thing which we need is the grooves in this to support the cooling coil and the components for the condenser coils. So we are basically pointing out, we can also have this bookshelf architecture which we are having right now. And also this is a cabinet structure, as there are many aerial constraints in metropolitan cities, etc. Some people might not go for bookshelf architecture. So we are also thinking on the scalability point where we are making a cabinet and also a TV unit-like structure. And also another co-benefit would be like the user may not be satisfied with the exterior color or anything which we provide. So the exterior of the product is totally customizable according to the user's likeliness or the room requirements. Then we have the ease of installation process. As we can see, when the user orders a product, it comes in a boxing wherein the unit, the cooling coil, and the ODU is present. So on the second point, the technician is fitting here. So there are grooves and the sliders for the cooling coils to set. So easily the technician could be able to slide in the coils, and then the unit is perfectly placed, aligned according to the room layout. And then after connecting the ODU, we have the final wherein we have the proper cooling for this. Then we jump on to the business targets. So first thing which we did was demand of ACs. We have analyzed the demand of ACs which are according to India. So as we can see, the metropolitan region like Maharashtra, maybe Karnataka and all, they are having a more demand for cooling systems like ACs. So this makes our conclusion to our target audience. Our target audience would be So our target market would be the metropolitan areas, according to, and the most of the requirement and our target audience would be middle class families and upper middle class families, as the upper middle class families and middle class family having aerial constraint according to. So this is a perfect fit for them. Then our market strategies goes in 3 phases, that is phase 1, phase 2 and phase 3, where the phase 1 reflects to the pre-launch phase of the product, wherein we are building our channels, where also we are tying up with IKEAs and having our distributors so that we can sell our product channels. And during the release phase of a product, we are going for the omni-channel distribution, wherein we are increasing our online presence as well as offline presence, so that the awareness for our product increases. And then of the last phase, which is the post-product launch phase, we are working on the scalability and working on the more spread of the awareness of the product. For the further part, calculations.
So now let us have a look at our finances. In order to understand where our product currently stands in the market, we have made a thorough analysis of every aspect of production and delivery. So first comes the COGS, that is cost of goods sold. This includes all the raw materials which we have used in our product. The entire cost for the COGS sums up to around rupees 24,600 per unit. Now then comes the operational overhead cost, which includes the factory rent, bills and everything, which is of roughly around rupees 1,700. Then comes the logistic and installation cost, which includes the transportation and the installation, which again sums up to rupees 1,600, and therefore all this comes up to around rupees 28,000. So now for current basis, we have considered our profit margin to be of approximately 10%. So therefore, our final selling price would be rupees 30,800. Again, we have done a market analysis and comparison of the current cooling systems which are present. And this is compared based on the cooling efficiency of our system. These are the few brands which are present. From this, we understood that the traditional split ACs which are currently present have a price range from around 25,000 to 40,000. A well-designed storage unit has a price range from 10,000 to 20,000. Our Erico stands here in between with a price range of 30,800 rupees, wherein you get cooling as well as storage unit. So therefore, Erico is a space-saving, cost-saving alternative for all users. Talking about the returns, for the first year, due to the R&D cost, the ROI would be negative. However, with further increase in sales, our ROI would start increasing from 2% to 4% and go on. Now, what would users get from Erico and why should they choose Erico? So first and the main important part is they are getting a dual benefit. It is not just a cooling system but a storage unit. It blends with your interior without disrupting it. The second is, as mentioned by my colleagues, it has radiant cooling system which lowers the load on compressor and thus reduces your power bills. So you don't have to worry about money without compromising your comfort. Then comes the aesthetic part. As we can see, the scalability options and the current design as well matches well with your interiors. So you don't have to have any tensions of pipes everywhere running through your house. Then there is also eco-friendly technology, as we have used distilled water in here. So all these benefits make Erico a perfect product for all the users out there to have it at your home. And finally, I would like you to take through our team journey, wherein this is how we have built our Erico, from the very beginning till the end. This is our entire journey. Thank you.
Thank you, Team Aavishkaar. You finished well within time. So we're just moving on to the question with our judges. Before we move on to it, even in case you want to inspect the prototype close by, we'll be doing it offline later stage. Is that okay? So in the interest of time, yeah. So yeah, Kshitij, please. Go ahead.
Thank you, team. Good presentation. I like your presentation technique as well. I like the approach that you'll have taken, which is integrating it into the furniture. Quite interesting. I think there are, as an option, and there's a lot of potential to integrate and create different kinds of furniture units. On one of the diagrams you've showed, like for instance this one, right? You're showing it's portable. It can be moved around, but there is an ODU.
So the wheels over there are basically would be used during the maintenance time. So for the maintenance, when the technician would come, there are hinges there. So it will open back door wise. So it's just for the sliding purpose, for sliding through easily. For that purpose, the wheels are there.
That's a good thing. Nobody usually thinks about how it's going to maintain for the guys who are coming. So that's a very good positive point. There's one interesting point you mentioned in your GTM. Why would you not consider taking a rental plan early on for product introduction? Why towards the later stages? Because in the initial stages, people don't know what it is, right? And there's not much commitment where I don't have to buy something. I can rent it for a month, see how it works. If I like it, then I maybe buy it or recommend it.
Yeah, definitely we would go with that, but also it includes of the connections, of making the audio connection. That's why we were thinking about the rental things. We were planning out things, but it was definitely an up point. We will think about it.
Thank you.
Hi team, good presentation. I think Kshitij has already given you a lot of good positive comments, and I agree with him as well. There is a lot of thought that has gone into aesthetics and how you can use. So on that, if you have to define your differentiator, see if I was an investor and if I want to go and take this ahead, what would be your differentiator? Because it clearly combines with AC. Yes, there is a unit, but would you say that is your USP? So that's one question. The second is, how did you come up with a 10% profit margin in your financial feasibility? You have gone through, a general COGS and operations. You've mentioned, logistics is 1,600 rupees. You've looked for 100 units. If you're looking at 100 units, as your set benchmark, what happens when you're not able to sell that? What happens you're only making 50? What happens when you're scaling up to 500? All that has to go into. But the question here would be how 10% profit margin. So two things. Give me a differentiator and justification for your profit margin, please.
So Erico, we are selling it as a furniture unit, which also helps you to cool down the room. Firstly, this is not a zonal climate control thing. This will cool down the whole of the room. As a 3-ton AC, it will easily cool down somewhat 250 square feet to 300 square feet. So we'll be selling it as a particularly to the interior designers or someone who will like to integrate the cooling systems into the interior of the house. So this primarily is a furniture unit which will cool down these things. That is our USP, and that is how that's the one thing which we like to point out more easily.
Talking about your second question, about the profit margin, what we have researched is usually the minimum profit margin in ACs would, or in any business would be 10%. We have also analyzed if we have increased our profit margin to 13 to 14%, the product price would then go to around 31,000. So, but for keeping it at this stage, at the early stage, therefore we consider a 10% profit margin. And about your second question, if the number of sale units increased, we would be using some machinery like molds and all to increase the production, and this would obviously lower down the manufacturing cost as well, because then we would buy products in bulks. And in the worst case scenario, if 100 units don't get, for the 50 units thing, we have considered using the lowering down our prices, like making some self-installation kits and all, so that the installation prices reduces, and some other alternative materials which are of low cost but works with the same category, so that our cost would get managed for 15 units.
Okay, I mean, it's good to think about it. And just to give you an idea, when you're looking at profit margins, this is not a question, just a comment. You also look into, especially these kind of products, you got to look into customer acquisition cost. You got to look into logistics, which is variable. It will not be what you're thinking. It will be very variable. So when you put in a margin, there is a profit margin, there is a margin of, that includes your distribution. Your distributor would already be 14%. So that will already go beyond your profit margin. in a business, you're looking at 25 to 30% to begin with. That would be a safe space to start. So just think about it. Reduce your production cost. Don't increase your sales price, and see if you can increase the margins there. So that's just something to think about. Yeah.
Okay,
Good,
sure.
good presentation. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks, Imansha. Yes.
Thank you, first of all, for the presentation. I really like the idea that you are thinking beyond the traditional air conditioning system. I think that's a very, very positive point. I think consumers need more choices than just a boxed unit. So I really appreciate that. I do have fundamental issues with challenges with the way you have designed some of these. For example, radiant cooling system, and some of these are comments, not for your questions per se, but a couple of them are questions that I would like to ask. Generally radiant cooling works very well when you have a good view factor. It's important how it sees the view of the other walls to be able to cool it. In this design, that's a very, very challenging proposition that it will transfer heat to each other. So you might want to consider an alternate design where the view factors are better. One question I have in particular is that you haven't shown the return air. Traditional air conditioning system takes return air, cools it down, and supplies it to the air. Now, in this kind of design, your placement of return air becomes very, very important, because so I haven't actually in any of your working haven't been able to figure out where you are taking the return air from. Can you just elaborate on that?
So, the air gets pulled into the product at the top. So we have decided the height of a product to be of 6 feet, because in a traditional room, the height of the from ground to ceiling would be around 9 to 10 feet. Due to the natural law of convection, the hot air will be present at the top of the room and cold air would be at the bottom. So what our thought process behind this design was, the hot air from the ambient upper air would be pulled into the product from the above. There is slight open into the product, from which due to the exhaust fan, the pressure drop will happen and the air will get sucked in. So that is how air will be circulated into that. Secondly, this product will be placed in an enclosed environment, so that the air issue or the purifying issue won't be of much concern. So as it cools down the whole of the room, the returning air would already be chilled per se from that starting point.
Okay, so that there's a lot of, my first feedback is in your drawings and your report, those mechanisms have to be well explained to be able to understand how the air is moving from the space. Also, when you talk about portability, there are limitations of where you place it, because your opening has to be next to your outdoor unit, otherwise your pipes will be there. I think Kshitij mentioned about wheels, that's a challenge. I haven't seen any measurements. Have you guys done any measurements of the performance of these units?
Yes, sir. Firstly, we have taken an air conditioner of 3-star. The water, at the first prototype, we used water sheets rather than that.
No, sorry. I mean, my question is, have you actually measured the performance of these units? I know the working of these. Have you measured what was the outlet, were you able to cool the room?
Yes, sir. We have done it. We have compared it with our previous prototype as well. Accordingly, we swapped the previous sheets with the water coils, whose area was of around 6 square feet area, and the temperature drop was significant for us to be measurable. That is perfect.
Because I didn't see it in the report, any of the measurement
the report
data.
submission was a bit too early.
Neither in the presentation, which is a significant, I think, limitation that I'm not seeing the results that's expected to be seen as part of the competition. The last point I want to make about this part is, while this is a very novel design, a lot of the functioning will need to be figured out, and there is a potential. There is a good potential to look at the solutions, but I think you have rightly shown the COPs are not increasing, which is a good sign. I appreciate the frankness and the honesty in the measurements. But then your overall table of showing high efficiency, portability benefits, the first table, you have to go back to and reevaluate. In any competition I look at, not only the pros, but whether the team has understood the cons of that as well. That did not come out in the report. So I'll end it there because we're out of time, unless, No, so he wanted to respond. I'm done with it, yeah.
So we, as rightly pointed out by you, we have shown that the COP has been dropped, but we do see the potential in the product. The water system, which is a similar system rightly pointed out to the radiant cooling. This isn't an exact radial cooling system, but it is a similar type to it, in which coils will be cooling down the air. So our point or thought process behind it is that the water remains cool for a longer period of time. So that water could be used to cool down the air, and that will decrease the load on the primary air conditioning unit, which can further enhance the COP of our product.
When we discuss about when we mention higher efficiency, what we exactly mean here is that the load that is put up on the compressor, that is only if we are considering a normal AC unit, that has been reduced, it has been distributed equally.
Let's talk about that offline. There are some fundamental limitations of this approach.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Team Aavishkaar, for the presentation. We're going to take a short 5-minute break here for the prototype moment and be back with the second team shortly. Hi, and welcome back to RCR. Our second presentation is from team ZephyrIO. The product is Cool Heart, but it's always a good thing to have a cool heart within you at all times. It's a unique cooler that's designed using terracotta cones within an evaporative cooler. Looking forward to know more. Presenters from team ZephyrIO, if you could please take the stage. Thank you. Okay, team, before you start, you have 20 minutes to present your work to the jury. At 15 minutes, I will ring a single bell. At 20th minute, I will stop you from presenting. You will not have a 21st minute. After that, we'll have a 10-minute session for Q&A. Please keep your answers direct and to the point. All right? Okay. Team ZephyrIO, your time starts now.
Good morning to the esteemed jurors and all the delegates present here. Myself, Munira, this is Pooja, Prajbal, and Aditya. And we are representing Team ZephyrIO from RV College of Architecture. And we bring our product, Cool Heart, to you. Seeing the overwhelming demand to beat the heat and keep our city cool, we wanted to analyze why it was so in our city. So now the reason for Bangalore's heat surge, according to Dr. T.V. Ramachandra, is due to the increase of the urban heat island effect over the last 50 years. And we let our data drive the project forward. Now, our user research pointed that the majority wanted a cooling device that delivers high effectiveness and low cost, powerful yet an energy efficient device, and a device that is easy to maintain. Other things that we took into consideration were the economic brackets of our users and the energy consumption of the device that they use. Our aim was to deliver a product that is cost effective, energy efficient, and provides comfort at its highest. Our user persona led us to value the product's cooling performance, its user-friendly nature, portability, and sustainability. Now, considering Bangalore, we designed a product that would deliver comfort during the peak summer months of our users' homes. In this, we started to frame our objectives. These were to enhance the thermal comfort of our users' homes by decreasing the indoor temperature by 4 to 6 degrees, to promote, to cut down the electricity use, to improve the indoor air quality by ventilation and simple filtration methods, and to ensure affordability, sustainability, and accessibility.
So after analyzing the market, we understood that the split AC dominates the residential cooling, comprising 60.4%. And in residential sectors, it's 54.7%. So based on a survey, the major user desirabilities which we understood was cost effectiveness, sustainability, energy efficiency, and eco-friendly. So looking at the economic bracket and residential typologies, the target market is. So first of all, on a larger scale, we are going to focus on urban metropolitan cities, which has hot and dry climate, and metropolitan cities, which are rapidly urbanizing. And so we did a reconciled survey and one-on-one interviews, from which we understood that we are going to cater to middle-income households, and majorly for independent housings. And these graphs show the AC growth in India over a decade, and AC. So comparing Cool Heart to the current devices which are there, that is conventional cooler and ACs, CoolHeart combines evaporative cooling, Venturi effect, and low impact refrigerant cycle, offering hybrid solution distinct from standard AC and the desert coolers. So usually the desert cooler works on evaporation, and it's performed best in the summer times. CoolHeart maintains functionality across a wider range of conditions. It is portable with fixed wheels, and it does not has an outdoor unit, which because in the ACs when there is outdoor units, people tend to mount it to the walls and all. So that also gets cut down here. The core values that we are giving for the end users is energy efficiency, user-friendly design, and environmental consciousness. And for investors, this product represents a scalable, market-ready innovation that meets the growing demands of sustainability and cost effectiveness. It's a low operation cost, retrofittable design, and it aligns with the global environmental objectives, making it highly attractive for the current market which is there. The value propositions that we are providing is hybrid cooling technology, cool storage, ambient lighting, plug and play, temperature control systems. So the stakeholders are, primary user stakeholders are house owners and residents, while the maker stakeholders are HVAC vendors, suppliers, interior designers, architects, artisans, polymer industries, and investors.
What we did. Our product is a combination of a passive and an active cooling system, such as evaporative cooling and a Venturi effect, and vapor compression refrigeration cycle. So, the air passes through wet terracotta cones that utilizes the Venturi effect, evaporative cooling, and directs the air to the evaporative coil. Then it reduces the load on a compressor. So the condenser coil is dipped in a water. So the gas which we use, the refrigerant which we use, are 32. So the idea emerged when we want to combine both the evaporative and Venturi effect in it. So the design evolved with a testing of various cooling method by trial and error method, and we used we changed the size of the cones and number of the cones. So we designed the prototype keep in mind human scale to attain its feature of portability. The assembly of the product evolves to have wet terracotta cones, it directs the air towards the evaporative coil, then suction fan draws in the air. The next chamber will be having the compressor and the cool storage, where the cool storage is cooled up by an evaporative coil. Then in the third chamber, which is a watertight chamber, and it has it holds 50 liters of water, and it has a water pump where it supports a sprinkler to keep wet the cones. The actual product also has the ambient light.
Yeah, so why water? So essentially, if you look at air and water, water has about 832 times more density than air, and it has about 4 times more heat capacity than air. Water is actually the liquid that has the highest heat capacity. And this is beneficial for us because we want a liquid that can store a lot of heat without quite significantly going up in temperature. And water does just that. It has a high thermal mass, which perfectly suits our requirements. So when you look at the cooling performance, we were able to put down the temperature from 30 to 24, which is about a decrease in 6 degrees. And we did this, so if you look at the graph, so our prototype and the 3-star 1-ton AC perform exactly the same way. And we do it with, by consuming 11% less energy than the 1-ton 3-star AC. Go further. So this is the calculation we did. Essentially, we plotted the consumption of the 1-ton 3-star AC and our prototype over a certain length of time. And the average consumption is what average current consumption, and we looked at the reduction in power consumed. It's about 11% to produce the same amount of cooling effectively. When you look at financial feasibility, what we did was we took a survey of our user audience, and we came to know that about 40% are willing to invest money into getting into alternate cooling solutions. About 35% want more energy efficient solutions because of the rising electricity and power costs. And about a quarter of our user audience are interested in environmentally sustainable options. And Coolheart delivers exactly this. Go further. So our direct costs are about 75 lakhs to produce 500 units a month. And we're producing 500 units a month because we've got demand from our customers and our audience that they would require products like this. And our indirect costs are about 2.2 lakhs. That sums up to about 75 lakhs for before profit margin. After profit margin, it comes to about 89 lakhs. That is 17,800 per unit to the customer.
To enhance the user experience, Coolheart will have a compact, self-contained design that eliminates the need for external installation. This system will be a low maintenance and an easy to install system. It will also have a cool storage, filter, and an aroma system for the user's comfort. Now the installation is simple. You order it online, it comes to your doorstep, you plug it in, ensure that the water reservoir is filled with water, and you start the system. That's it, that's simple. And you will have a room cooled instantly. Now, the portability of this product is one of its best features. You can, due to its compactness, you can place it anywhere in the room, and it works on a 5 ampere plug point.
So, our Coolheart has 3 versions, which is C9, C18, C21. Wait, Coolheart C9, which has 9 cones. So, which has it's a basic version. It has like only cooling system. And the next system, which is Coolheart C18, which has a cooling system, cool storage, and ambient light. And the upcoming prototype, which is a Coolheart C21, is a envisioned product where we have aroma diffuser, ambient light, cool storage, cooling system, and strong filter and IoT integration. And it only costs 20,000.
So speaking about market strategy, we are focusing on 6 phases of marketing. That is, phase 0 would be finalizing the design and design compliance with government regulations. And phase 1 is going to be from month 1 to 6, where we would be focusing on refining the prototype and obtaining necessary approvals. And also, we would be pilot launching the local pitch kit in Bangalore to gain feedbacks. Phase 2 is 7 to 12 months, where we get people aware about the product. We are going to partner with local stores so that people can get aware wherever they go. And also, then in the phase 3, we are going to target tier 1 cities of South India. And we are going to do a pilot launch in South Indian cities also. And for the next phase, that is phase 4, we are going to do a commercial rollout in South Indian cities. So for the phase 5, we will be targeting tier 1 cities in North India and pilot launch in North India. And for the next phase, we'll be doing a commercial rollout in North India also. So to the end, I would like to say that CoolArt is not just any product. It's a smart solution for the hot future we all are facing. We believe that this product can really make a difference in how people are experiencing summers. So CoolArt, where the breeze finds its beat.
Thank you, team, for the good presentation. Just one thing I want to call out here, I was reading your report, and you all have done a good job on communicating the benefits and the features. And the benefits from a user perspective, from a customer, it's very well articulated, not just laid out features. So I think good job on that.
Thank you, sir.
Another question I had, I think you all spoke in one of your slides on the target market.
Yes,
You've
sir.
shown a very diverse range. What is the thought process on that? Because a 24-year-old intern and a 50-year-old entrepreneur, their expectation, needs, everything is very different. So what's your thought on who is this for?
So in the beginning, we had done surveys, one-on-one surveys. So we almost covered all the age groups which we could cover, from a 60-year-old person to a person who is staying in a PG or in different place, who has come to study also. So the points which we showed that in the user persona was the common points which everybody said that would be better if they had it in their cooling systems. So because of the data we had, we thought we could, cater it for a larger age group, maybe.
Okay, so what you've done is correct during research, right? You've gone to a diverse set of consumers there and tried to understand what their needs are, which is a right thing to do. But I think post that, you'll need to focus on a particular segment, right? When you get into a market, while your intention is right that you ideally want to replace the whole air conditioning market, right? But who is this product for? Who is that first buyer who will actually buy this product, and what problem are you solving for that person? So that is why I think you all as a team need to define that segment and focus on their problems rather than going too broad.
Sure, sir, we'll work on that.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree with Kshitij. And good presentation, by the way. But what he made are like really important points here, because when you're looking at a target market, you got to really narrow down from your TAM. You get your SAM, and like I can see that your beachhead market is Bangalore. I think you've maintained it throughout, right? So that's what you are aiming at. One of the things that would be useful, again, it's a comment, to understand how much money the market has, because, and that's, I would say, for everybody, when we're looking for target market, you're not just looking at these are the number of people. I mean, even if there are, say, 100 people and, they are probably, your product is only giving you 1 rupee, you're not making enough money. I mean, you are in here for business, don't forget that, right? The idea is to make money, right? So understand your target market also based on paying potential of a customer. Don't always look for the cheapest alternative. Look for something that is going to be feasible for the company. That leads me to another question, actually. There are two things I wanted to know. You've mentioned, I think he will take more of the technical questions, but I wanted to understand what happens to the humidity. Like, you have a cooler here. I don't see, because Bangalore can get humid, right? There's a lot of rainfall. And have you done certain calculations that tells me that it is not as bad as a desert cooler or not as good as AC? I don't know. Like, where do you stand there?
All right, so answering your question, we looked at psychometric charts and actually analyzed the comfort zone of the Bangalore climate. And we realized that during the peak summer months, which is when we want our product to be utilized the most, we saw that the humidity is at 45%. The increase in humidity by using a product will be around 15%, so we are still maintained in the comfort range. So even if the humidity does go on in the later months where there is monsoon, it might increase up to 85, but we still maintain in the comfort range. And because of that, we went ahead with this.
Okay, good. That's great. And just one last question. What is the initial investment you're looking at for this product?
We're looking at about 10 crores. Yeah. We don't have a share offer as in equity, but 10 crores is...
I
we're
just
looking at
wanted to know, because when you do your financial feasibility, you know, you mention about your initial costings is like 79 lakhs and, you know, here and there. Um, and 500 units, right? And that's a great aim. But when we are launching a product in the market, you know, is it really that 500 units, is it really important to launch 500 units, or could you do a pilot with? So the reason I ask this question is I want you to think about it. What kind of initial investment would be required to do your validation market studies? Because you have mentioned it, and I've read your report, and I quite liked your GTM. It's a wonderfully thought out, you know, market strategy. So in that you have mentioned your pilot that you would like to do within the first month. A pilot does not have to be 500 units. You say that you have data from users. It's is arbitrary right now. Think about it. I think you can really improve on your finances there, and an entire feasibility. But good presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
So on that financial feasibility, just so you know, because I see in many reports they are talking about bill of materials. So typically in typical air conditioning systems, the actual price and the costs are very different. Sometimes there is a 2.5 to 4 times the ratio because there is a lot of elements. So, you know, if you are planning something, think about that. There is a significant, elements in terms of not just bill of material and something on additional. So I wanted to go back to your working. I have some questions in terms of understanding how this works. My first question, where you're pulling that, very nice exploded view. First of all, I really like the hybrid AC concept. That's where the world is moving. That's where the air conditioning systems are moving. So it's a fundamentally very, very nice concept. It is a need of the hour. And that's where world will go to make it more and more efficient. There's no doubt about it. So very good job on selecting the area and the concept. I have 2 or 3 issues that I want to understand from here, or maybe a clarification. First of all, I'm trying to understand the heat management. You are taking a heat from the air and you are putting in the same room, you are cooling. In the same room, you are producing heat. Typically, that means addition of heat in the space. So how are you aiming to cool a room where you are throwing the heat out? Maybe it's a deferred because of the water point, but that's just a thermal storage. So at some point, your water will get hot, and then what? I didn't even see about water movement, removal of the water, placement of, you mentioned a great, start of the water, but how often do you have to remove the water? And the third thing is, in the water circuit that you have mentioned, what is the durability of, it's a wonderful material, terracotta is a beautiful material, but in terms of portability, how would that get damaged? Have you considered that as an element? So these are the 3 things I'd like to understand from, fundamentals point of view.
Yeah, so you noticed correctly that we're pumping heat into the water, and we're using the water to cool, to soak the cones. So obviously, at a certain point, your water will saturate with temperature. You cannot pump any more heat into the water, and the water is going to be pushing the heat out back into the room. But what we have noticed in testing and what we're aiming to do further, what we're aiming to improve, is to ensure that the water stores the heat for the duration we want to run the entire product, so that it doesn't reach its saturation temperature quite as early as we.
That's usually 30 to 45 minutes, if I can say so.
Sorry. We ran it for 6 hours, sir. We ran it for 6 hours, like first 1 hour. I will show the whole thing. Like 1 hour we ran it for, sir. In 50 minutes, it reached to 50 degrees Celsius, the water. So within 4 minutes, it decreased the room temperature by 4 degrees. If it's 30 minutes, it went to 26. When it attains, as per the comfort zone, it's like 24 to 28 degree. So when we reach 24, it's fine, because we mentioned like middle class, and what we need is the comfort zone. So when it reaches the 24, the compressor will shut down. Within 30 minutes, compressor will shut down actually. Then it will be working in a fan mode. After 1 hour, the compressor will not, because the water will reach the saturation level. So whole system will be in the fan mode. So it will maintain the room temperature only. It won't, after 1 hour.
Yes. Can I just interact?
Sure.
So if you reach 50 degrees, the efficiency of AC starts going down. right? It's a tradition. All of us know that as the water increases, it's difficult to reject heat. The efficiency of AC will start going down. After 50 degrees, unless you do a reverse heat pump, you have to cool the water, or you have to pump in a fresh water. Further, when you have a 50-degree drip on the your terracotta, that will also reduce your cooling efficiency. So I'm not saying there is no need to explain. I'm just explaining you that it would have been helpful to understand that you have measured. I've seen only 45 minutes. All the thermal storage measurements, we see 2 to 4 more hours of measurements, and I know that there is a thermal heat management issue. Not me, everybody I can say, because we know that the heat has to be fundamentally transferred. I'm very glad to know that you already know about this, and if you know, you will be able to find a solution. But from the report and the point of view of presentation, we would have appreciated knowing the entire picture, where it works. After 50, even if you run in fan mode, you will still have to cool down the water, right? And so there is energy use, there is a COP use, that 11% numbers will also need to be reconsidered. So think about it, look at, and there is a potential for these hybrid systems. That's where not only you, all the best manufacturers are thinking hybrid system. So I'm thinking you are thinking in the right direction, but the heat management has to be thought through.
And sir, another thing you mentioned about the terracotta cones, I just wanted to clarify that we have also considered the cost of the terracotta cones during the period of maybe say in transit it breaks, and how we will replace it. So we have thought about all of that, and yeah, we have included it in our financial.
So package system will be there, sir. For terracotta, we will be having a package system where like each and individual terracotta we can replace. Like we have a gasketing system. So the largest will be in the back side, so we can easily replace like each individual. We don't want to lift a whole thing. So each individual we can replace it, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Team ZephyrIO. Thank you. We'll be taking a small 15-minute tea break before we begin with the third team. Tea will be served right outside the hall. And for folks online, I request you to stay tuned and be with us to support the other teams.
The world is so hot, hot, hot. We're making it cool, cool, cool. We're from SDI, net zero through and through. The world is so hot, hot, hot. We're making it cool, cool, cool. We're from SDI, net zero through and
Delhi.
Welcome back to the presentations for the Residential Cooling Retrofit Division. So our third presentation is from Team Ecochill. They have worked on a Peltier module-based cooling product combined with evaporative cooling. Team Ecochill, please take the stage.
Hello.
Yeah, just 1 second.
Hello.
Okay, teams, you have 20 minutes for your presentation, right? And at the end of 15 minutes, I'll ring one bell. And at the 20th minute, I'm going to stop your presentation. You will not have a 21st minute. And after that, you have 10 minutes of Q&A, all right? Team Ecochill, your time starts now.
Good morning, everyone, honorable jury members and the audience. We are Team Ecochill, and we are here to present an innovation in the evaporative cooling technology through our cooler, Ecochill. Now, before we begin, I have a very small announcement. Due to some file format errors, certain slides in the presentation have been altered, but I can assure you that whatever is lacking visually will be made up verbally.
What these articles show us all point to one inescapable fact, that India is slowly becoming an epicenter for heat waves and temperature-related issues. Like, over the past 50 years, India has had over 700 recorded cases of heat waves. And in 2024 alone, over 360 deaths have been recorded by the Indian government, directly caused due to temperature-related issues and heat waves. This is compounded the most in cities, where the urban heat island effect, the UHI effect, takes place due to the lack of vegetation, the lack of flowing water, excessive use of concrete, asphalt, and things like that cause the cities to be a major hotspot. So in this map on the left, you can see the amount of cooling solutions that are purchased by state. We got this map from the Stats of India website. So as we can see that states like Punjab and Haryana, states with higher income, more affluent states, they have the most cooling solutions. Whereas states like Bihar and the Northeast, cooler penetration has been the least in those states. It is also kind of ironic that states like Bihar and Jharkhand, which experience the most heat during the summers, the cooling solution penetration has been the lowest in them, which is like an unexplored market for us to get into. So now we can see that over the past 10 years, we can see that the amount of energy used for cooling solutions has been skyrocketing. And similarly, the amount of ACs purchased has also been skyrocketing over the last 10 years. This skyrocketing can be mainly divided into three main reasons. So the first one is urbanization. So over the past decade, millions of families have flocked from rural areas to cities in search of better lives, better money, better income, and things like that. And they've formed the lower middle income class in these cities. So in these cities, as previously mentioned, the urban heat island effect makes cooling not a luxury at this point. It's a survival necessity for people living in these cities. So the growing middle class accounts for majority of the purchases of cooling solutions that we plan to target. So to get more in touch with the pain points of the growing middle class, we conducted over 120 interviews with local people from our area of Pilani, Junjunu in Rajasthan. And we found that these two people, they are the quintessential average lower income middle class people that we found common to our sample space. So for example, Brajesh Kumar, he's a store owner in Pilani, and he aspires to move up in the social hierarchy and eventually own a supermarket. Right now he owns a small ready shop which serves snacks and things like that. And he wants to eventually own a supermarket, and he always spends beyond his means. He always tells us about how he buys expensive bikes, expensive phones for his children, but those are always beyond his means. Then we have Atul Saini, who owns a pharmacy in Pilani. So he wants to upgrade his household appliances such as TVs and cooling solutions. And closed room cooling has had an adverse effect on his family members' health. He has reported his grandmother has suffered from breathing issues due to being stuck in front of the cooler all the time during summers. So these two are the quintessential people that we want to target as part of our lower middle income group.
So, as my colleague mentioned, there are a lot of issues, a lot of problems people are facing. There must be a solution. We at Ecochill have come with one. Yes. Our cooler Ecochill, which is a Peltier module-based evaporative cooler. It's faster than regular coolers, and it consumes less power than an average AC, way less power than an average AC. It's a simple plug-and-play device. You can put it into any room. It has a 5 ampere plug-in plug. And one more very important thing, it has very less water capacity requirement than normal coolers. Normal coolers generally are nowadays anywhere between 40 to 60 liters of water. Sometimes they can even increase that. This has also less than that capacity. Now, I'll be explaining how it works. So it works on the basic principle of a Peltier device. So imagine if this is a Peltier device. When I pass electricity through this, one side will get very cold and the other side will get very hot. So now what we want to do is we want to utilize the cold side. Now how do we utilize it? So when we have a Peltier device, we pass electricity through it and we place it under the aluminum tray. So when we place it in the aluminum tray, our aluminum tray is filled with water. Now that water will get cooled. And essentially that serves as a reservoir for our cooler now. Now you must be asking, what about the hot side? Because one side is getting very cold, other side is getting very hot. Now the hot side, we use water blocks. Water blocks are small aluminum blocks which are closed except one inlet, one outlet. We can pass water through it and the water maintains a continuous flow in order to dissipate heat. And in our cooler, the bottom part of the cooler, as you can see, is basically the water which is being used to cool the water blocks. And amongst the top middle part, about 10 inches, is where the actual cold water reservoir is there, which is being cooled, which is made out of aluminum, which is being cooled by the Peltier blocks. And in the end, the cold water then goes on to create the normal evaporative air cooler cycle. This is the assembly of our cooler. These are the Peltier modules which are being used. On the Peltier modules, we put the water blocks. This is our tray. Like if we flip our tray, this is how it looks from below. We have Peltier modules lined up. We have water blocks lined up. We have pipes from every water block, which is going to the reservoir at the bottom of the tank. That reservoir maintains a continuous supply of water, which cools the Peltiers. Now this tray is fitted here below the fan. Like this tray is fitted below the fan, and that maintains the continuous supply of water, along with the water reservoir, which is cooling the water blocks. These are some of the modules which we use. Peltier module, water block, aluminum tray. Radiators are an option we're looking for the future models, which we can use when we want to incorporate this into a much bigger cooler device. Then we can incorporate more Peltier modules, and hence we would require a radiator to dissipate the heat after that. We have caster wheels, bacterial honeycomb pads, and we're also incorporating mist effects. We have small mist sprays as an option to help if you're sitting near the cooler. It'll just help make the summers better for you. These are some of the experimental images. Now the cooling performance. So how much do the Peltiers actually cool the cold water? Now in the aluminum tray that we have, I will just, if I can. This is the aluminum tray that we have. Now this aluminum tray, bottom of these are the Peltier modules lined up. So how do the modules actually cool? Now we tested it in the environment of Pilani in a temperature of about 40 plus degrees outside and a humidity of 30%. And we found out that the Peltiers were able to reduce the water temperature by 10 degrees in around 5 to 8 minutes. The water temperature dropped from around 30 degrees to as close as 20 degrees, and it remained constant thereout, even dropping to 17 degrees further. Now what about the hot water? You must be feeling that the hot water is getting very hot. But hot water starting from 30 degrees went to as much as 35 degrees in 1.5 hours. And and the room temperature is shown beside that. The room temperature, we started at around 35, 36 degrees. And around 2 hours, we got the room temperature down to 26 degrees. And you can see when we tried the same with a normal cooler, using normal water, normal temperature water, we got the room temperature to about 32 degrees in 2 hours. Now, the heat dissipation of the hot water is very easily managed in this because the Peltiers only take 10 minutes to cool the cold water. And because of that, we can switch the peltiers off through a cut and cutout system and use the remaining cold water to run the cooler. And as soon as the cold water comes to normal again, we can switch the peltiers back on. Now that is enough time needed for the water reservoir in the hot side to get to normal temperature again, which is just from 30 degrees to 30 degrees. This is next.
Okay. So basically, our survey was based out of people who were based in Rajasthan, Pilani mostly. And the challenges that they told us that they faced were that they don't have enough money to install ACs in all of their rooms. And basically, they observe frequent power outages. And the traditional coolers are very slow in cooling their rooms. So how we benefited and how we keeping that in mind and how we installed whatever features we have in this cooler is that we have supersonic cooling technology. So the water that passes through water blocks, it rapidly cools the water, thus like we, and then yeah, the model is very compact and it has very less maintenance requirement, and then it is consistent personal cooling without overload, and the power isn't required much, and it is a closed loop water system. So it's environment sustainability, and the water, it goes to the water blocks and comes again. So basically completing the whole loop, and thus less water is required. So on the outside, it's just a cooler, but on the inside, it's better than a cooler.
Hello. Yeah. So coming to the value-based pricing, sorry for the text above, but yeah. So basically, we conducted a survey across Pilani and the nearby areas, and we had interviewed 120 people, as Prathit has mentioned before. So we asked them, how much will they be willing to pay for a cooling solution which basically provides better cooling than a desert cooler and is more portable, consumes less electricity, because obviously we are comparing to an air conditioner. So this is the pie chart we received of the responses. And as you can see, many of the people lie in the 11K to 20K range, and the majority being in the 15K to 20K range. So the values we offered the customers were these. Like basically, our cooler has energy efficiency because it has no compressor, it is environmentally friendly, it has no refrigerant, and it is innovative, obviously, and the most important part, it is portable. Like, you can use the cooler in almost any room. Coming to the cost plus pricing of it, we have divided the cooler into many components. The first one is the Peltier modules. We have installed around 5 modules below the aluminum tray, which has cost us 700 rupees. The water blocks directly connected to the Peltier modules, which are also 700 rupees. The water reservoir, the aluminum tray is around 750 rupees. And the electronics, basically we had to bring a converter so that all the DC electricity of the Peltier is converted to AC. And the cost of it is 3,500. And to assemble all of this, the plastic body, the fan, everything, the total cost will come to us for around 5,500. With miscellaneous costs of 2,000, the total cost, the COGS of us, it's basically 12,150. So from the survey, we saw that the majority is in the 11 to 20K range, and our COGS is 12,150. So therefore, we found a sweet spot, that is 15,000. So we interviewed them again, and 80 out of the 120 people found that this was within range. And we also told them that this can be sold online and offline without any special requirements because it has easily replaceable parts. And obviously, if the Peltier, if it gets damaged, we can just replace it because it's a modular design. And it has, like, obviously 15,000 is very less than a traditional AC. And it has low maintenance charges.
Now with this cost price of 15,000, how do we enter the market? So we are targeting, of the overall, the total additional market of air coolers in India, which is growing every year, we are targeting for our phase 1, just the middle class group of Rajasthan. We've lived in Rajasthan and we have interviewed people around them, so we understand the problems we face, and we will start by integrating or selling a cooler in the Rajasthan middle class areas. Now phase 1 will essentially be building a brand image and brand name for ourselves. If we sell this cooler online, many chances are people won't buy it, because when you go online, you don't buy a product which you don't know the brand of. Products with high reviews and high ratings are pushed forward. So our plan is to push this to the local dealers and incentivize them to sell them, because from what we have seen, Rajasthan being one of the biggest cooler markets in India, that local dealers and local shops are one of the biggest gateways for people to buy air coolers in and around the cities. So we'll first give them to the local dealers. Secondly, one of our main things which will help us is surprisingly word of mouth, which we found when we interviewed the 120 people. Because surprisingly, when people around this age, around this group, go to visit each other's houses, they see a device, they see an appliance which they like, they have the first question that, where did you buy this from? Was this called? And these are the exact questions that we are hoping will be asked about our product, and will help our product in the brand name, in the building a brand image and a brand name in our phase 1. So, and then we can move on to the phase 2. After we build a brand image and brand name, we can move on to the online stores. And after that, once we've conducted our entire product review and collected feedbacks from Rajasthan, and we've improved on our cooler, we can push it forward to different states, as my colleague mentioned, states which currently have very low buying of these coolers, like Jharkhand, and even the very big buying states like UP and Punjab and Haryana. We can push it forward to them once we get a confined and good result within our own state, Rajasthan. So, yeah, just.
You're done?
Yeah, just concluding.
Oh, okay, fine. Yeah. Thank you, Dean Ecochill. you want to add something? It felt like you wanted to add something.
Just concluding lines.
Okay, fine. Okay, all right. Judges,
I'll go
over
first
to you. Of course.
Thank you for your presentation. You did make it verbally, so good luck. Good job. Very minor questions I have actually. One of the things is that you mentioned grandmom being, having breathing difficulties and suffering because of cooler. I mean, you're also giving a cooler. How are you making sure grandmom is not suffering?
So our cooler, the main thing, as I mentioned was previous, it works on a cut and cut-off technology. And because of that, the Peltier devices will be switched on and off continuously based on how cold they're giving. So we also found out that because this is a very specific issue, so we couldn't have a large sample space for that. But these specific issues regarding the suffocatedness and the breathing difficulties happen usually when dry air is being pushed out into the room from the cooler. But since we have an aluminum tray which is cooling the water within 5-10 minutes, we have chilled water around 20 to 18 degrees, which is being circulated. So say within 10 minutes of the cooler operation, your room will be circulating cold, getting to circulate cold air, and within 15-20 minutes, it will be circulating cold air within the room. Hence, we'll be completely or almost trying to eradicate the initial circulation of dry air, which most of the desert coolers in Rajasthan do. Because summers, the loo in Rajasthan is very prevalent, and that's one of the main causes of this as well.
Okay. I think we can talk about it because it's not just dry air. Sometimes like the breathing difficulty because of coolers also happen because the water inside it gets contaminated and you're throwing it around and inhaling it. So there's a couple of other challenges, to that. One of the question, it might sound very, I don't know, I need to understand this. So you're talking about Rajasthan as your major thing. There are two things. One, there is a water scarcity in your target market.
Yes.
You have to keep on filling water. Is your target, have you thought about it? Because in Rajasthan, ideally, we want to look for solutions then do not use water, but here you're using water primarily.
Yes.
First thing. Second thing is, does the water get heated because of the outside environment as well? Have you accounted for that? Did you test it outside in that, 47 degrees heat or whatever? What is your time there? I just wanted to know that. So that's second. There's this third one also, so you can just conclude the whole thing. You talked about your GTM as word of mouth that is going to, you're going to leverage on that, right? There are two things that can, it can be good also. but it can also be bad for you, because when you look at word of mouth marketing, you're essentially relying on the customer to create a market narrative for you. And you are not creating a market narrative, which is quite dangerous in terms of sometimes you never know, right? Like they can also go and ask, oh, I did not like this, please don't buy it. This is a huge possibility. So when you look at GTM, ideally in the initial phases, you gotta look at creating your own market narrative before the market creates one for you. How would you account for that? 3 things, thank you.
Okay, I'll go stepwise. The first question to answer water scarcity is one of the exact reasons I built this cooler, because as mentioned before, this cooler requires very less water compared to traditional coolers. Now, if you go to normal home in Rajasthan, they have big desert coolers installed, which are even more than 90 liters of capacity of water, because they're big rooms to cool, or 60 liters as such. Now, the reservoir below this is a reservoir which will be changed very less frequently, because that's just being used to cool the water blocks. So we have a drainage pipe, it can be drained out and refilled, but refilling that is very rare, because that water is not getting evaporated that fast. It's staying there, and it's just serving the purpose of cooling the water blocks. Now, main reservoir, the aluminum block, will remain much smaller than normal cooler reservoirs, mostly because cooler reservoirs have to run a long time before the water starts to get thoda chilly. But since we are getting cold water in 5 to 10 minutes, we don't have to run that long. So we can just so we are circulating the water within 10 minutes of usage, cutting off the peltier, letting the cool air go, then switching it on again after 10 minutes, running the water again, letting the pads wet, and letting the air go. So it's essentially because we are getting cold water in 5 to 10 minutes, that we can utilize the less water and use cut and cut off technology to have, say, gaps of 10-15 minutes where we run the cooler, we get our cooling pads wet, and we wait for the next 10 minutes for the air to utilize the cooling moisture, and then we run it again, get the cooling pads wet again, instead of continuous supply of cold water running, because we don't need that since we already are providing it directly with cold water. The second issue is the testing. We tested it in both the ways. We tested it in a closed cooler, and initial testing was done in an open cooler because we couldn't have a closed cooler initially. We had to keep it open. So as you can see, this was our very first aluminum tray. It was very small, and this was kept in the environment, and the environment temperature was around 35 degrees Celsius, 38 degrees Celsius. And even in the environment temperature with what we had, we got the same results which we had now with very slight variations, but the time frame was the same. Within 5 to 8 minutes, we got temperature down by 10 degrees of water. So answering your question, external temperature, yes, would affect the water temperature. Maybe it'll affect it by a degree, but the cooling capacity of the peltiers is much higher than what the external temperature would affect the water. And coming to your last question about Rajasthan word of mouth, surely bad mouth about is definitely not good for any company. But since we will also, we are just not relying on the word of mouth, we will obviously also be pushing our own marketing strategies, our own advertisements. Along with that, word of mouth is something we'll be relying on to build our brand name. If 10 people recommend our product, out of that 3 give bad reviews, our product still got the name, still got famous within 10 people, and that combined by the 1,000 people we are reaching with our own marketing is just an additional benefit that we can make use of. And essentially, word of mouth is also not something we can control or we can rely only on. It's just an additional feature which we found prevalent when we interviewed the people in Rajasthan. So we found it interesting to write it down in the map.
Okay, thank you. I mean, usually when word of mouth marketing happens, people do some incentives, referrals, whatever. That's how they would do it. But you can think about ways to leverage on that.
So I have similar questions that I asked earlier team, and I have also, Peltier is one clarification question. Peltier cooling has, one COP versus the traditional vapor compression system has 3.5 plus COP. So while you have been talking about efficient ways of providing cooling, I know you are talking about, cutting off, and then there is a better controllability on and off, that's fine. But from the technology point of view, would you consider this solution to be more efficient than the traditional systems?
Traditional systems, you mean the normal evaporative coolers?
Yes, not evaporative coolers, because you are building something which is a very interesting idea, somewhere between the coolers and the air conditioning system. And you, the size will decide how, you have 5 Peltier coolers of 75 watts, if I remember correctly. That means that will decide how much quickly you can cool. You can change it. But that's about, how many watts are there? That's about 350 watts, right? And that at that level, at 350 watts, you get 0.75 tons of cooling in a traditional vapor compression cycle, or a little bit higher if you go about that. So while you are comparing with the cooler, it would also be helpful if you can compare with your AC, so that there is something in between that you can talk about. But I wanted to understand Peltier cooling in tradition. My question was Peltier cooling, it has COP of 1 versus 3.5 plus in the vapor compression. And the heat management, I still have an issue that what would happen to that 35-degree water, because you're cooling the same space. And my concern there specifically is because traditional evaporative coolers often operate as personalized cooling devices. Well, you have been talking about more as a, the room cooling. And so that's where the thermal balance needs to be placed, that your hot water, even though it will be slowly emitting, heat because of your storage, but it still needs to be balanced. So can you answer these two questions, the Peltier cooling efficiency and the heat management?
Yes, sir. So for the cooling efficiency, we compared it to an air conditioner. We compared the power consumption to an air conditioner. And our device has a power consumption of around 0.7, whereas ACs have around 1.5 to 2. So power consumption wise, it is definitely consuming way less power than an air conditioner. And yes, Peltiers, we all know, when we started out, our main issue was Peltiers everywhere, every research paper, Peltiers were one of the most inefficient ways, people said. But that was when people use Peltiers as a direct source to provide cooling. So that happens when someone installs Peltier in a mini fridge and expects those 3 Peltiers to cool their cans of water for the entire day. So using the direct cooling of the Peltiers for continuous period of time to provide cooling. But that's what we realize, if we don't use Peltiers directly, continuously to provide us cooling, we are using them for a short periods of 5 to 10 minutes to cool the water, then they shut off, then we let the water do the cooling for the next 10 to 15 minutes. So in that way, our primary source of the longest duration of cooling is provided with the water, whereas Peltiers is working for around 10 minutes, cooling the water down, and the rest water can carry on for the next 15 minutes or so. So that was one of the main ways, one of the biggest ways by which we worked on this efficiency of the Peltiers. Because if we just directly made a chamber of Peltiers and we passed air through the Peltiers and we made it go
Sure.
cool.
So, sorry, and just to maintain the time, I
Yes,
want to,
yes.
essentially you are saying by thermally managing, in the stages, you are trying to get the overall system more effective, even
Yes.
though the components are inefficient.
Yes.
That's questionable, but we can talk about it offline. And the 35 degrees, you said naturally will release heat in the same space that you are trying to cool, right? Do you see a challenge with that?
Yes, sir. So from our testing results, we tested about 12 by 12, around 11 by 11 room, and the results we found were listed ahead. And we noticed a 7 to 8 degree drop in around 2 hours, and that was way less. That was the drop was much higher than what a normal cooler gives. And we considered the hot water, the dissipation of the heat of the hot water, as one of our obstacles through which maybe we could have even more cooling. And because of that, even now, though we're getting very good cooling, we are thinking of incorporating a radiator, as mentioned in one of our slides, as an external addition for a higher model. So if we want to use more Peltiers for a bigger cooler, we can incorporate a small external radiator unit, which will put the heat out outside a room through a small pipe. But that's just for if we want more cooling and if we want a bigger device. For future options, we can turn that into maybe a higher model. But for this one, this served the purpose of it.
Akshitij, if you have one last question, since you have not asked, if you have it, we're
No
okay.
question, but they'd take 5 minutes to answer, I know that.
So I'll answer in a minute.
You get 1 minute for one question.
Okay, cool.
Because you have not asked it, yeah.
Okay. So first of all, appreciate your attempt at using the existing cooler architecture to, refine it, to make it something better. Can you take a minute? Did you all meet customers or people there in Rajasthan? Did you go to their homes, visit them? Can you talk about what their problems were?
Yes, sir.
This is apart from the 120 surveys that you all have done.
Yes, sir. So we visited the homes and people in Pilani and Junjunu.
1 minute, I said. 1 minute. You
Okay.
have 1 minute to answer. That's
Yes.
it.
We visited the homes of people in Pilani and Junjunu. And one of the main things we noticed was majority of them use the big box desert coolers on their windows, which are kept outside their homes. And they use the small personal coolers for their own personal cooling in their small rooms. the main issues we were facing was in extreme loo conditions, which Pilani has a lot of them during summer, some temperature 45 to 50 degrees. The main big coolers also were not able to provide enough cooling to cool the entire room. And the continuous water refill, because the big coolers require 80 to 90 liters of water. So especially people who are middle class or who don't have the continuous water supply in Pilani, they were facing like water refilling issues a lot because they could not fill the water. So these were, I would say, two primary issues of fitting: the water refilling and the cooling in the extreme heat temperatures during the loo seasons was what people were facing around that area.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We're going to take a short 5-minute break and be back soon. We're moving on to the fourth presentation of the day. It's from Team Oliver. Their product is Sheetal Vayu, the breathing wall. It's a window retrofit built using sustainable materials. Team Oliver, please take the stage. One second, team. So you have 20 minutes for the presentation. After 15 minutes, I'll be giving a warning bell. After the 20th minute, I'll cut you off. You will not have time to continue the presentation. It will be followed by a 10-minute Q&A. All right? Okay, so Team Oliver, your time starts now.
A very good afternoon to our esteemed judges, respected faculty, and all other fellow students. I hope I'm audible at the back. Then, yeah, thank you. I'd like to take this opportunity to firstly thank the entire team of Solar Decathlon India to provide us this opportunity to present our product, as well as partly fund and provide us with a scholarship for the product as well. An additional thank you to the team of Infosys at Mysore for hosting us, and a special thank you to each and every teacher and mentor who've guided us along the way to put up the product that we have today. So we, Krish, Kiyoshi, Ankush and Weba will be representing our team to present our product Sheetal Vayu today. Our team comprises of architecture students as well as engineering students. So 3 engineering students, 5 architecture students, and a set of mentors from both the engineering and architecture department. And we've got our product partner called Avantech Lab and Research, which helped us with the testing of the materials as well. We started off with a small market analysis at the start. We wanted to talk about our total addressable market, which is basically all of the residential and commercial buildings in India's hot and dry climate. We then came down to our serviceable available market, which was households and businesses in Jalgaon and Nagpur. So we didn't finalize our sites at the beginning. We kept all our hot and dry climates open. And as we went ahead in the competition, we started narrowing down. And as we went up to the SOM, the serviceable obtainable market, we consider the homeowners and small businesses to be the larger SOM for our product. Considering the map of India, you'll see the red belt is mainly where we've got the hot and semi-arid areas. We've got people who are mainly in residential. We've got people mostly in residential districts in both these cities itself. And the challenges of both the cities were primarily the low awareness to sustainable cooling and a heavy dependency on energy-based cooling techniques out there. And market potential, we did have strong interest in affordable retrofits, which we will discuss further ahead as well. And additionally, we also had a middle income group in both the cities which were ready to invest in products like this. As we went ahead, we realized that the challenges we mainly have is basically extreme heat, longer periods of heat. We've got heat gain in the built form, a high energy dependency on cooling techniques, a diverse user needs, and large home sizes ranging from villas and flats, which are the main residential typologies, to various other typologies as well. Now, considering this diversity, we realized that the opportunities we had was a modular panel design which fit in all these various sizes as well as needs. So we had to analyze the sizes. We realized we were stuck with a fixed set of sizes, and we could have changed our product accordingly. We realized that we had got integration of passive cooling, considering the heavy dependency on energy-based cooling, as well as sustainability at scale, which enhanced the thermal comfort in these cities.
Next, we were trying to understand the stakeholders that were present on our site. So looking at homeowners, residents living in rental homes, being the main user groups that we had. Additionally, architects, engineers that need to install the products within these homes as a retrofit, and service consultants for like the additional prototype that we came up with, as well as investors and contractors. Also, in user desirability, we did an online Google survey as well as in-person questionnaires with, the in-person questionnaires were between like 8 to 10 people, and the survey was a large group. And in that, we understood the major months, firstly, where cooling is majorly required. And also, in the survey, we found out how many people were satisfied with the current methods they were using. Now, since we were looking at a middle income group or a lower income group, a lot of residents had issues like wanting fresh air within their homes, a product that uses less electricity, a product that does not take up space, even customizable products, and a lot of these were then incorporated in the design itself. So if you look at the target audience, these were the people that we had interviewed additionally, and the income levels, whereas housing types were mainly bungalows, wherein there is more heat from windows as well as the terrace. And the pain points being high indoor temperatures within summers, inadequate ventilation within the homes, and high electricity bills. These were the things that we wanted to look at when we were working ahead.
So looking at the material research, we did a lot of research and we tried to find out what are the sustainable materials that we can use for our design. And some of the ones which we landed on are the following. So starting with the phase changing material. Phase changing material is a type of material which absorbs and radiates a lot of heat in the form of latent heat when it changes its state from solid to liquid. We tried to use that material in our designs, which we'll see in the following slides. The next material that we thought was to use terracotta. As we all know, terracotta has a very good cooling performance. It absorbs a lot of heat and can cool the air very quickly. The next thing is bamboo. Bamboo is a thermal insulator which does not allow the heat to transfer very easily. It stops, since it's a natural material which has hollow air gap, it stops the heat to flow through and acts as an insulator. In the next slide, we are looking at some of the design ideas that we thought. So our first idea was to integrate the entire system into the wall, acting as a structural element. So in this element, we were supposed to have a fan which was to be outside of the wall. Just to give you guys an idea, this part would be the inside of the house, that would be the outside. So at the outside, we'll have a small fan which will suck the air in and push it down. The air which is sucked in, which will pass through filters, which will help accumulate the dust and purify the air, which will then come in contact with water, which is being poured to a porous membrane. This porous membrane will help the air cool down, and the water will be trickled from the porous membrane to the collection tank. Then there will be a fan again over here, which will push the air from inside of the wall to inside of the house, cooling the air. But we ended up rejecting this idea because this idea pushed the air at the bottom of the structural member. What this did was the entire bottom of the floor, the bottom of the room, would get cooled faster rather than the top. There's a reason that the traditional air conditioners are placed at the top, because when they throw the air, the cool air, when it falls down, it cools the air around it and below it, so that it regulates the temperature. In this case, the entire cool air will be at the bottom. It won't help in cooling the air above. The next idea was to use bamboo and phase changing material and solar panels. What we were trying to do was to take the bamboos, cut it in half, and place solar panels over it, and place it in such a way that as sunlight falls on it, the bamboo will move like a flap. A bamboo will move like a flap and open and close. When it will open, it will have phase changing material below it. The phase changing material will absorb all the heat coming from the air, and it will make the air cooler and it will go. But this was also rejected because bamboo is a natural material. We need to treat it for mold. Plus the solar panel and the phase changing material are very expensive, which again we were not looking for, since we are targeting the middle income groups. The next idea, which is the final product is an iteration of, was to include, it's a window retrofit, which has 4 panels. In one panel, there will be a set of louvers placed in such a way that will facilitate the inflow of air. When the air flows inside, there will be a porous membrane which will trap the air, bounce it around, and push it outside. The porous membrane will cool the air inside and facilitate the flow of cool air. The other things that you see over the 3 sides will be the glass panels, which will not allow the air to pass out. Please ignore this slide, this was a mistake. The materials that we used for our panels were LECA balls. Why we use LECA? Because it has low carbon energy. It is similar to terracotta, but it has very low carbon energy, decreasing the carbon footprint. And because it traps air, it also acts as an insulator. The next thing which we tried to use was OPC. OPC in combination of LECA balls, sawdust and other materials would act as a great insulator, but we switched it from OPC to white cement, which helps radiate the heat. Then we use sawdust because sawdust is an insulating material which will absorb the moisture from the air and support evaporative cooling.
So basically we want to construct a prototype which does not require any sort of electricity during its operation. So that's why we considered the first perforated frame which used to move the air inside, due to which it formed molds. So that's why we rejected the first idea and move on to the second idea, where we used wooden bamboos to circulate the water instead of forming molds. But this idea was rejected because of a closed environment which formed molds inside the bamboo pipelines. That's why we came up with the idea of keeping an open environment Venturi effect passive air cooling system, where we integrated with the ideology of constructing these type of Venturi effect pots made from terracotta or LECA fins. So that's why we made this, but the construction cost of each prototype was coming around 1 lakh. That's why we rejected this idea and constructed vertical fins so as to avoid construction cost and construction time. We started with the idea for constructing individual fins to combine to form a diamond shape, which then we considered to be a combined diamond shape. This is the original prototype which we were looking for. It consists of six fins inside one frame, which is of dimension 300 by 250, and the entire prototype was around 600 to 750 mm. Each frame consists of 6 fins, which is constructed using LECA, the lightweight expanded clay aggregate, sawdust, cement, and water in the proportion of 0.5 water cement ratio. These panels were originally coated in a gray format, which resulted in a higher temperature gain. And the main cooling is done through evaporative cooling and the radiative heat cooling through the thermal buffer. That's why we selected this design, where we've coated everything with lime to avoid the mold growth. We've added perforations inside the PVC pipe, which imports water throughout the panels, so that the indoor temperature of these panels remains cool. And this can be this is a gravity-based cooling mechanism, so no electricity is overall required. Also, we've coated this with white cement so that the heat absorbed by these panels will get reduced to a greater extent. Coming to the results, we've noticed around 2.6 to 3 degrees Celsius reduction of temperature for the prototype A, which was the original prototype submitted in D3. We've come to a conclusion of 3.8 to 4 degrees Celsius reduction in water using this mechanism with water.
So why exactly should one invest in our product? So considering, first of all, of course, most of the products which are used for cooling usually take care of either heat or light or wind. Our product looks at all three. We not only look at cooling, we also look at the permissibility of natural ventilation as well as light into the product. Secondly, this is a passive design. So technically, there is absolutely no usage of energy or electricity for the functioning of the product. Thirdly, at the same time, it's also got very low water usage. So as we were told earlier, we are allowed to, we can cool this product with water also. It's optional. We get a cooling of around 2.3 to 2.4 degrees even without the use of water. But if we pour the water and drain it at the end, we get a cooling of 3.8 to 4 degrees. So in the summer months, that provision is there where we pour the water in the morning and then it cools by evening itself. Additionally, it's also economically viable, which will be discussed later on. So it can be used even for economically weaker sections of society. It does not use any floor space, which is one of the major concerns in a large set of homes. Additionally, it's very easy to use and repair this as well. So in case there's a problem in one of the fins, you can just remove the top plate entirely, remove that particular fin and replace it, which can even be done on our own. We don't need any expert coming in. Additionally, these fins are also easily usable in the way you would want it aesthetically. Like if some of them would prefer not using these two fins and not using these two fins, you can remove it and the product still remains as it is. So you can customize the design as per your choice. Additionally, we've used modular sizes as discussed earlier, 1.2 meters by 0.5 meters. So you can use it in a wide range of applications, which will be discussed further as well. So you can use it and customize it according to the design you would like as well, which was one of the requirements based on the surveys which we had. And we've also considered 9 SDGs out of the 17 in our design, directly and indirectly. So 5 direct, 4 indirect. And that's how our product is helpful as compared to other retrofit products currently.
Coming to the financial feasibility of the product, one of our major concerns was how in these regions there is high electricity costs that are now coming up, and additionally that is causing more power cuts, especially in these rural areas. Thus, there was a need for passive cooling, evaporative coolers, and thermal insulation. Additionally, the water scarcity within these hot and dry regions. Thus, there was a need for ventilated facades, shading, and reflective roofing as other methods. So our financially feasible solution now is a one-time investment. Unlike other products, it does not require regular maintenance except dusting. It reduces indoor temperatures. There is no electricity consumption, so you won't have high electricity bills. And there are great savings over time. Also, it's sustainable. There is no noise that comes out from it. And there is minimal maintenance required, as mentioned earlier. Now, if the jurors could see the financial sheet that I've given them, there is, that's the sheet 5A, wherein the calculations are such that in the original solution, the cost was rupees 5,300. And in our new prototype that we have now come up with, in the revised version, the cost has been brought down to 2,400. So you can see that it is a very affordable solution. And as mentioned earlier, the water is an optional thing. Adding colors to the cement itself is optional, which helps. Lastly, the ease of installation of our product, wherein our product, in fact, can not only be used as a retrofit on windows, it's also used in railings for balconies. It can function as a pergola on terraces to make terraces usable, and that is a major advantage. I would like to end on a personal note. So while doing the D4 submission, we noticed, so I was currently living in Gujarat, again, hot and dry region. I realized that when there was a power cut there was a need for our product itself, because it was providing solutions to all the pain points that I was experiencing, and we realized the user groups were also experiencing. So thank you.
All right, thanks, Oliver. Well within the time. Moving on to the jury, Kshitij, you are.
Cool. Thank you for the presentation. I like your material exploration that you guys have done and what you're attempting here. I do see a lot of potential of this thing in other use cases, not necessarily residential. And you spoke about railings and balconies and all. I think that's more exciting than a window retrofit. I'll come to that third question again. I have 3 questions. In your report, I remember reading you all have done some global survey. Can you help me understand how it informed your design decision?
So it wasn't a global survey, it was a survey of our target market itself. So we interviewed with one-on-one interviews as well as online interviews with around 70 of the people, and we had Google forms as well. So we inquired what were their design choices, what would they require, how much they were willing to fund on the project, where do they stay, so we understand the rough typology of people who are ready to invest in the product, as well as what their choices are. So whether it's aesthetic, whether it's strength, whether they would like to add water once a day or not. So those were the small decisions which then informed our design choices to ultimately come to this.
Cool. Now that you've done this design, thanks for presenting the other ideas that you all didn't select and why you all didn't select. That was a good thing. Would you consider this for B2B or B2C?
I think we would directly consider this as a B2C because the requirements of the customer, if we are looking at it from a window retrofit perspective, the window sizes may differ from each person to person. So B2C would be a better approach for the customer itself, because for B2B, it becomes just a preset model that the customer can order. There's not a lot of customizations. So just to help facilitate customization, we'll go for B2C.
Okay. My last question, I'm just seeking clarification on this. This you will put on an existing window, is that correct? It's not a new building construction? No. So how does one fill water? How often do they fill water? I didn't understand how that happens.
Yeah, so basically, this system requires 20 minutes of flowing water, that's all. You can pour water from here. This is an empty PVC system which we've provided. You pour water from here and we collect it to the bucket after 20 minutes. The water gets...
Sorry, can I ask a question? Because you're assuming that window size,
yeah,
right? And what is the size of this will be in that window? So it will touch the top of this.
We've got 1.2 meter height for most of the windows, so we've assumed height of that, and 0.5, because what we're hearing about window sizes, or we've inquired, is basically in the multiples of 0.5. So we've averaged taken these sizes and gone ahead with them.
Okay, and when do I have to pour water? You're saying 20 minutes? It'll
Yeah, 20 minutes for the panels to get cooled, that's all. And these panels will cool the air for 4 to 6 hours.
Okay. Okay, thanks.
Additional cooling, it cools even without that.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the presentation, and yeah, I think I quite enjoyed your design journey. It's good to include that. I have a couple of questions, and also one just to build on what Kshitij was just asking. You're looking at B2C market, but I think you can find more. No, it's not a question. Wait, so I think you can find more user use case other than B2C. I'll tell you why. Imagine a scenario when there is a low-income group, there are hardly any ventilation. Most people want open windows, first thing. Second, there are mosquitoes, right? I mean, you're going to put a net here, because this is completely open. I wouldn't want this in my house, if I'm being honest, right? Like, I would want a net. You have to consider when you block it, would it change the cooling? Second, so I mean, I want to ask you that. So have you considered those aspects and the outside temperature? Again, you say the cooling can be maintained. Night and day is going to be different. I mean, how am I going to change, right? How would it change? Second question you can take up is, you mentioned that one can do the design changes here. Does it change the cooling efficiency? If I take out 2 fins and 3 fins, how do I know as a user, right? How can I make those changes in the design? So have you considered that? Are you going to give a booklet? How would you do that? I didn't understand quite. Why would you do a design change here? So if you can take up these two.
So for the first question I was saying was that in the D3 report, we mentioned that we made the fins fixed. That means they won't move all around or on their axis. But in this case scenario, we've attached them with the help of these perforated PVC pipes, which makes them act as a louver overall, and these can be made slidable according to the requirement of the user.
Yeah, no, that's okay, but how am I being protected, with mosquitoes, insects, wind, high wind, I don't know, Aandhi, Tufan, there's too many things in your target market areas.
So as yet, we are not considered as adding a mosquito net, but what you're saying makes a lot of sense. And I don't think the cooling would get affected by a net, like a mesh, placed in front of it. So that could be something that we would explore.
Okay, and regarding your design changes?
You mean removing a certain amount of fins as per the requirements, right? If the requirements are completely aesthetic, like they're removing the required amount of fins for the purpose of aesthetic, then it will definitely reduce the cooling. For example, if you say, like, this is the entire size of the window, but you want some sort of sunlight or some sort of high velocity wind coming in, and you remove the first 3 fins, then definitely there will be some sort of reduction. But unfortunately, we've not tested for that. We've just only right now test for the entire.
Yeah, and I think one of the things that Kshitij was also trying to get clarification also on like the sizes of the windows. You're mentioning standard size, right? But I think your system is going to change its cooling efficiency depending on where you're putting in. So you got to understand how many fins are there. It'll be like you got to check the room sizes and all of this. You have to do a little bit more into that. Whole manual has to go out, I think.
True.
If
So-
one has to.
So
put
giving
this
you
in.
an update on that, I would like to clear that yes, ideally to have the best Venturi effect, you would have to have the fins in the particular way to allow the converging and diverging effect. However, in the winters when you don't want much of cooling and you would want more sunlight coming in, that's when you can remove 1 or 2 fins. Since you can do it on your own as well, you get the option. I agree with the fact that we should have a manual to suggest that this is the best way for cooling. But what I meant to say was we have the flexibility of changing the design if someone prefers something else. So like a personal choice, because like you said, everything cannot be standardized. And yes, for the window aspect of it, we would have the window size, something which we would consider since we've taken a fixed standard. But since this product is not only for a window and it's applicable to a wide range of applications, like even balcony, sills or other parapets, we thought that these sizes would be the best to consider. But yes, we will take your feedback into consideration. Thank you.
So thank you. First of all, I really liked the idea, and having a passive strategy solution is really a breather. You know, in all the reports that we saw, I think everybody started focusing on active cooling, and I was very heartening to see that there are still, you know, consideration. There are fundamental things that, you know, I have concerns with. For example, the windows are meant for the view factor outside and connection with outdoors, which is an important variable. How do you think your solutions is going to be perceived by users from that point of view?
So that was a challenge which even we had, whether we go in for the view or the cooling. So that's one of the biggest concerns, which was one of our challenges. Hence the opportunity to remove it or not as some of the fins. But we do agree that the view is one thing that will get blocked. But considering the feedback which we had done during our D2 deliverable from the survey, not many people were bothered with the look and feel of it. But yes, we didn't ask them how it would affect them if it blocked their view. That's something we should consider.
That's great to hear. Other point is, while I really enjoyed your material exploration, I think the selection of material would be very critical for these solutions. For example, you know, the glasses are used in many of the buildings, so can easily, you know, the heat transfer also gets rejected the otherwise. Now, a heavy material may be a challenging parameter for the building in the night to be cooled. So you need to be looked at in residential, where the primary usage time would be in the night. And so you need to consider that. External shading device is an external, you know, is an incredibly helpful device, but I didn't see that, you know, documented in terms of the material. The last point I want to say is I was a little, you know, disappointed with the cooling performance results that had been shown, including the annexure part, because the temperature numbers does not even tell me whether you're talking about an air temperature, whether you're talking about a wall temperature. If you're just taking a thermography and doing a wall measurements, it could vary significantly. It could be an air temperature, that's fine, but it depends on a lot of factors, you know, and so I just feel that when you present a solution, with, you know, it'd be nice to give the complete picture and look at the different elements, at what was the elements that needs to be considered. That would give a lot more confidence to the reviewers in that you have understood your own solutions and all the phases that affect it.
So basically, for the temperature, we measured the temperature difference using 2 instruments. One was the thermometer and the thermal cameras. For the thermometers, we measured the difference in the 2 hours from 4 to 6 using outdoor thermometer and an indoor thermometer. And for the thermal cameras, we placed a steel film outside the prototype and inside the prototype, and measured it after 2 hours.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks Team Oliver. Thank you, jury members.
Thank you.
We are going to take a slightly longer break for lunch now. Before you leave for lunch, and we'll be coming back at around 2:30 here. We'll be coming back and starting with Team Kalpana at 2:30. I would request everybody to be here by 2:15. And for the folks online, I request you to tune back to the channel and be ready for the presentation of the upcoming teams. Thank you.
Solar Decathlon, India, what's it all about? Net zero building, what's that all about? Solar Decathlon, India, what's it all about? Net zero building, what's that all about? Is it cool, is it hot, is it drool, is it fat? What's that all about? Real world problems need innovative solutions. If you don't act now, there will be implications. Is it hot, is it cool? Global warming would be cruel. You will form a team with the same desire. Going for the moon, shot forged by fire. We use technologies and crazy simulations. We learn to design with new innovations. So what you waiting for? No procrastination. Get off your butt, come join our workstation. Solar Decathlon, India, what's it all about? Net zero building, what's that all about? These problems are tough and complex too. Your partners are there to help you get through. This challenge is exhausting, intense, it's a drill. These 10 mad contests will sharpen your skills. Net zero energy, water and stuff. And affordable too, that's crazy enough. Solar Decathlon, and yeah, heck, it's really tough. But your attitude and grit is more than enough. Get your hands dirty on real world projects. You're gonna learn more than your specialized subjects. Solar Decathlon, India, what's it all about? Net zero building, what's that all about? Cutting edge, butting edge, climate wedge, make a pledge. Do it all, save it for a lonely planet after all. Understand, climate friend, take a stand, make a trend. In the end, recommend, your ideas will have defend. Are you hot, are you cool, are you gonna be a fool? Zero heroes are here to stay. So what you waiting for? Come join this play. Net zero building, that's what it's about. Solar Decathlon, India, that's what it's about. SDI.
Pick a site on a railway track. Put your building on an earthquake crack. Cutting million trees and planting roads and houses with their electrical loads. Dumb ways to build, so many dumb ways to build. Dumb ways to build, so many dumb ways to build. Put your building facing west. Make a toast of every guest. Concrete, steel, here and there. Carbon emissions to poison the air. Dumb ways to build, so many dumb ways to build. Dumb ways to build, so many dumb ways to build. Forget to put a bathroom drain. Add handrails that cause you pain. Elevator shafts that taper down. Bad staircase trip over your gown. Dumb ways to build, so many dumb ways to build. Dumb ways to build, so many dumb ways to build. Start building with no hard hat. Walk barefoot, toes go splat. No gloves on, no goggles too. I wonder what these wires do. Dumb ways to build, so many dumb ways to build. Dumb ways to build, so many dumb ways to build. Building on a melting glacier or a floodplain. Letting all your rainwater run down the drain. Heat the earth enough to fry eggs on the sidewalk. With homes that must have ACs always running. These mistakes we make are all avoidable. And that is why we must let go of these dumb ways to
Build less, build smart. A message from Solar Decathlon India.
The world is so hot, hot, hot. We're making it. Zero. The world is cool, cool. Hot, hot, hot. The world is so hot, hot, hot. We're making it cool, cool, cool. We're from SDI, net zero through and through. The world is so hot, hot, hot. We're making it cool, cool, cool. We're from SDI, net zero through and through. The world is so hot, hot, hot. We're making it cool, cool, cool. We're from SDI, net zero through and through. The world is so hot, hot, hot. We're making it cool, cool, cool. We're from SDI, net zero through and through. The world is so hot, hot, hot. We're making it cool, cool, cool. We're from SDI, net zero through and through. The world is so hot, hot, hot. We're making it cool, cool, cool. We're from SDI, net zero through and through. The world is so hot, hot, hot. We're making it cool, cool, cool. We're from SDI, net zero through and through. The world is so hot, hot, hot. We're making it cool, cool, cool. We're from SDI, net zero through and through. The world is so hot, hot, hot. We're making it cool, cool, cool. We're from SDI, net zero through and through. The world is so hot, hot, hot. We're making it cool, cool, cool. We're from SDI, net zero through and through. is so hot, hot, hot. We're making it cool, cool, cool. We're from SDI, net zero through and through. The world is so hot, hot, hot. We're making it cool, cool, cool. We're from SDI, net zero through and through, through. so hot, hot, hot. We're making it cool, cool, cool. We're from SDI, net zero through and through. The world is so hot, hot, hot. We're making it cool, cool, cool. We're from SDI, net zero through and through, through. The world is so hot, hot, hot. We're making it cool, cool, cool. We're from SDI, net zero through and through. The world is so hot, hot, hot. We're making it cool, cool, cool. We're from SDI, net zero through and through, through. The world is so hot, hot, hot. We're making it cool, cool, cool. We're from SDI, net zero through and through. The world is so hot, hot, hot. We're making it cool, cool, cool. We're from SDI, net zero through and through, through. hot, hot, hot. We're making it cool, cool, cool. We're from SDI, net zero through and through. The world's so hot, hot, hot. We're making it cool, cool, cool. We're from SDI, net zero through and through, through. is so hot, hot, hot. We're making it cool, cool, cool. We're from SDI, net zero through and through. The world is so hot, hot, hot. We're making it cool, cool, cool. We're from SDI, net zero through and through, through.
Hi everyone. Welcome back to the Residential Cooling Retrofit Division. We are going to continue with our team presentations here, and this is the 5th presentation for the day. It's from Team Kalpana. Their product is named Vayu, which is a retrofit product promising to provide cooling at a fraction of the cost of traditional ACs. Team Kalpana, can you please take the stage? Thank you.
Check.
Just hold on a minute. All right, team, you have 20 minutes for the presentation. At the 15th minute, I'm going to ring a single bell. At the 20th minute, I'm going to stop the presentation. You will not have a 21st minute. After that, you have a 10 minutes for a Q&A session with the jury. All right? Yeah, Team Kalpana, your time starts now.
Good afternoon, everyone. So oftentimes when we talk about comfort, the first thing we do is associate it with a price tag and deem it to be luxury. Well, hence, Vayu, a versatile air-yielding unit. Hi, I'm Ryan. This is Nathan. That's our team lead, Adi. And that's Aisiri. So together, we are Team Kalpana. Team Kalpana consists of amazing architects, enthusiastic designers, and creative engineers. So together, we are on one mission and on one goal, that is to create an awesome future where we focus that thermal comfort should not be a privilege, but a sustainable right. So why?
That's because Indian cities are slowly heating up, and not just on the outside. You can see that inside our homes, inside our 1 to 2 BHK rental apartments. And this causes the heat to linger, to stay, and the humidity also to stay at around 75 to 80%. Now, most users within this middle-income renters group, that is, let's say around 86%, they use primarily fans and can't use ACs either because they cannot afford it, they cannot install it, or it's just not preferred for its other demerits for their situation. And even if it was in use, let's say a 1.5 ton AC was used in this case, it'll cost around 220 rupees per day to maintain it 24/7. And that's where our product, Vayu, comes in. So Vayu is a ceiling-mounted retrofit product functioning in a plug-and-play method. And the best part about it is its cost. It costs only 17 rupees a day to cool the space, and also uses about 3 units of electricity. And so at this point, the question changes from why Vayu to why not, because thermal comfort has become such a basic need. And with that, I'll give it to Aditya, who will carry on explaining what our solution really is.
Okay, so coming to what exactly is Vayu, it's a proprietary technology that we developed called the DPHC system, the Desiccant Peltier Heat Cell System. Before I delve into the depths of exactly how this system works and the elements of the design, I'll just give you a brief. What we have done here is we have taken different technologies that have its own positives and negatives and sort of meshed them together, created a synergy where the positive of one balance out the negative of the another. So that's what we have tried to achieve with our design here. Let's now try to explain or try to understand how we came about to this solution.
So now let's talk about the how. Our journey was structured into 3 different phases, the 3 phases being the ideation phase, the prototyping phase, and the comparative matrix. So in the ideation phase, we mapped out different ideas, and we also considered the different drawbacks and challenges and unique selling points of each idea. And this rigorous process helped us narrow down each idea, narrow down the ideas into 15 unique ideas, which were further compared across the 10 contest areas, and they were scored out of 10. And based on the ratings, we were able to shortlist the top 3 ideas, which were further tested during the prototyping phase. And the one idea that stood out the most was the fan cooling unit, and hence we have Vayu. But still, there's this one question that arises, and that is, what makes Vayu stand out?
So apart from running many iterations and building many prototypes, we also ran a couple of simulations which involved nodal analysis, structural analysis, even computational fluid dynamics. This led to this well-engineered product, which consists and integrates 4 features, that is, localized cooling, innovative cooling technology, personalized cooling. It's cost-effective, it's eco-friendly, and the best part, it's easy to install. And there are a couple of factors that actually add to this. That is, it's pretty scalable because of its modular design and its retrofitting design. Apart from that, we don't need any outdoor units because of how small it is, how compact and portable it is. And there's a huge growth rate for this in the market, as the need for cooling units, thermally efficient cooling units, increase in urbanized areas. Apart from this, because of its adaptive and flexible design, it latches on to existing infrastructure. Now let us understand, why is this product novel?
Okay, so talking about novelty, what we try to do here is create our own unique niche within the cooling industry, where we could create a new subset of cooling devices that have a different way of how we approach cooling in general. So that's what we try to do here, and along the process we were able to achieve a couple of things. So something very compact, something very quick and easy to install, something that's easy to retrofit, and yeah, here we have done a bit of comparison with different devices in the same cooling industry and try to understand how efficient it is compared to other devices. We'll go into the depth of that later. Okay, so we'll discuss about how exactly and who exactly are we designing for.
So when we designed our product, instead of designing it as something that was everything to everyone, we tried to focus on one particular user group, and that is the urban renters, the students, or early professionals who have an earning of 3 to 8 LPA and staying in compact 1 to 2 BHK flats. Now, these users are more worried about their monthly bills, their sleep comfort, and ease of use, rather than their comfort. And while we did a study on this particular user group, we found out that 90% of these users only use the fan, and less than 10% use AC. And this gave us a huge gap in which we could solve the problems of those who were struggling with ineffective cooling and high humidity. And that's why we brought Vayu to serve them. And Vayu has become a retrofit product that is easy to use, costs around 6,000, and is mounting on top of the existing ceiling fan. And so we have targeted to these tier 2 and tier 3 cities with the hot and humid climate, and trying to solve one real pain point really well before going to scaling towards the rest. And now that you've understood who we are designing for, the next question is, what do they actually want? What matters in a product like this?
Coming to user desirability, we conducted a user research to understand what the users need, what their pain points are, and what their preferences are. This helps us to develop a solution that is more context appropriate. So we carried this out by conducting surveys. We conducted online surveys and in-person interviews. we conducted this survey in Manipal and Udupi, and we targeted homeowners and the renters. And we found out that they all face very similar and common problems, such as high electricity bills, water leakage, no space for outdoor units, and cooling solutions that do not accommodate the space in small homes, and so on. So we considered all these pain points and converted it into features in our product. For example, Vayu does not have an outdoor unit. It does not require water to run, and it is renter friendly. So features like this makes Vayu a solution that revolves around the needs of the users.
Now, coming to the cooling performance of this, we have not tried to compare or to compete with the 1.2 ton AC. Instead, we are trying to redefine what comfort looks like to small and hot and humid zones. And so we ran a 3-day test with Vayu in 2 similar apartments. One was a fan-only control use case, and the second was an standard AC case. And what we found was we achieved indoor temperatures between 24 to 27 degrees Celsius. We were able to achieve a reduction in humidity by 5%. And the real powerful part of our product was that for energy, we have only used around 2.9 kilowatt hours per day, which results in a cost of 17 rupees per day. And so if you were to compare it with an air cooler too, an air cooler adds moisture, which we don't, through our hybrid system of desiccant, Peltier, and fan unit. And if you look at real-world performance, we are able to provide targeted cooling, a reduction in humidity, ensuring overall user comfort, which is exactly what they need at a fraction of the cost. Now that you have touched on cooling, the cooling is one part of the overall picture. And so now we need to understand what exactly our product does, what are its core benefits.
So coming to the core benefits of the products, we looked into different parameters that influences the design and helps us add different features to the product without compromising on its core responsibilities as a product. And we achieved this by conducting a test by combining a method of user feedback along with scientific evaluation. Based on the results and analysis, we came up with several solutions, such as the product being a small and compact unit that does not require any floor area, and adding other features such as smart control also adds up to the core benefits of the product. In comparison to other cooling products such as a cooler, our product does not require water, and in terms of AC, it does not have an external unit. And so all these factors adds up together and contributes towards the core benefits of our product.
Okay, so the installation process. The process is quite simple. You are provided with a trace map, which you use to point out and mark the points where the bracket is attached to the ceiling. Once the bracket is installed, all you have to do is slide in our unit into the bracket. After this, the next step left, that is to power the device. Now for that also, we have these custom connectors. All you have to do is latch them onto the existing power supply for the fan, and the system is ready and up and running, powered. So that's how the system works in terms of its installation process. Let's talk about technical feasibility. Here I'll explain exactly how our device works. Now, what the device basically does is it takes in air from the fans around it into the device. It goes through a mesh filled with desiccant material. This is the first phase where it uses the principle of dry air cools faster. So you dehumidify the air that enters, and this dehumidifier air is in contact with the cold side of the Peltier. Here the air becomes cold, and it's been directed down towards the ceiling fan. Now, the problem that arises with using a Peltier system is that it lacks, it creates heat. The generated heat is a problem. So to tackle that is where we came up with our special mixture of phase change material. What we did is we took a bunch of phase change material with different melting points, and we combined them in an ideal ratio where the system runs for exactly 2 hours. So a duration of 2 hours, our phase change material can continuously cool without releasing any heat. And after that, we have a duration of 45 minutes where the system will slowly cool the phase change material while the Peltier is turned off. And that is when the phase change material slowly solidifies back from being liquid. So by managing this system of heating and then resolidifying, we're able to create a system that cools the device, cools the space up to 4 degrees. Yeah, so that's how the basic principle of the system. Now let's talk about how, in terms of our costing.
So let's talk about numbers. So it costs approximately 12,000 rupees to manufacture 1 unit, and on a production scale, it comes down to 5,120 rupees. But now we're trying to price it around 6,000 rupees with a profit margin of 15%. But now, since we're already incubated with an incubator in Manipal, known as the Innovation Center, we got access to injection molding, which we plan to migrate from 3D printing to it, because it takes approximately 2 days to 3D print each model, but through injection molding, it's more faster, it's effective and efficient. So apart from that, let us talk about how we want to market this. So initially, we started gathering insights. We started doing our market research and some customer discovery, where we went to each individual and we tried to understand what the market needs and what is the customer willing to pay. And then we realized that that this product can cater to a large number of students and low-income working or early working professionals. So with the price strategy that we have, it's really affordable and people can use it well. So then, coming back to the marketing strategy, we started social media marketing, and through our WhatsApp promotions, etc., we got 20 pre-orders, and we also built a website where, if it's okay, I can come in. You can scan the QR code and you can pre-order. So apart from getting 20 pre-orders, we got a few offers from 2 restaurants. One's in Hyderabad, Gachibowli, the other is in Udupi itself, Sheila and Gaia. And apart from that, Mahe has offered us an offer where we can test, and they'll be using our systems to install in the faculty cabins in the engineering department. So Aditya would explain the future goals and endeavors that we are about to achieve right after SDI.
So when we first came into this journey trying to design something that can be retrofitted and something that can cool a space, we realized we're trying to break into a niche where no design has already existed and trying to create something unique. So in the process, we realized we could do something much better, and we have a couple of ideas that we want to further develop and improve. So among them, we have the 3 variants that we're planning to release. The Vayu Jal variant, which helps with, in not just cooling, it will also heat up the water heating system for the house. So that could be an addition to the system. We are already working on that on the side. We have another variant which releases the heat outside, so which will spike up the efficiency of the device. But because of the contest restraints, we have designed a retrofittable device. And the third variant, the Vayu Shunya, which is the project we are most excited about. We're still working on it. If it wasn't for the lack of time, that would be the device we would be presenting right now. That has one more cooling technology combined with the existing system, which will again spike up the efficiency and the performance of the device. So yeah, we're excited to launch these things as soon as possible. So thank you.
Wow, that was fantastic. Team Kalpana, great presentation. Over to the jurors.
Good work, guys. It's quite interesting, the approach you all have taken, truly in the spirit of what the competition is trying to do in terms of retrofit. So very good work on that. I also liked your whole process that you've presented in terms of how you all come up with this idea and shortlist this idea. Great. Good work on focusing on a particular target segment versus going all out for everybody. So I think that focus really helps you get into the market. one small clarification. You spoke about proprietary technology. Have you all patented it?
No, we are in the process of patent.
It's in the process.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. That's it from me.
Thank you.
Good presentation. But see, one thing, I mean, it's a good product, and I think he's also mentioned it, but when you're making a presentation, sorry, I have a comment on it. You gotta make a presentation, not have snapshots of your report.
Okay.
Make a presentation. It's a very good product. I think you guys have thought through a lot of things, but I can't read this much. You know?
We understand.
When you're presenting, please make sure that you keep that in mind. It
Yes,
has
yeah.
to be a presentation. It is not a lecture on your report.
Yeah,
So that's one thing. But I just wanted to know, so you're saying that you already have the customer segments in mind, and you also have pre-orders and paying customers, and you're already incubated.
Yeah.
What is your initial capital requirement, and what is your ROI that you're offering to your investors?
Okay, so as of right now, we have just showcased the device to people, trying to see what is the curiosity and what is the market right now, who is excited about the device. We have yet to delve into exactly the full future prospects of it. I think Ryan will be able to share better about it.
So basically, initially we were thinking of 3D printing this. So an industrial 3D printer was costing around 1.5 to 2 lakhs. But then, speaking of injection molding, which is much cheaper, and because we're part of Mahe, we have an alumni discount where we can offer a contract and Mahe can become a production unit. So we have to pay for the die and create a die for this, for the injection molding. And the die costs approximately from 2.5 to 3 lakhs. And if we have one, so it's a set of dice because they're different components. So it's one-time investment, and we can continue on, we can use it for a long term. Apart from that, maybe a little capital that's around for marketing.
So what is the ROI that you're looking at? So, I mean, not just for your pre-orders, but you're going to enter into the market. Have you thought about those numbers? So that's basically your feasibility of the business, right? So if you gotta have an initial capital, working capital, not just the manufacturing, but you have to think about a lot more, right? Like logistics and marketing and customer acquisition costs and everything. Have you thought about it? I could not read it into your report. There is a lot of COGS and value-based, but nothing related to your working capital. So just wanted to know, what is the initial capital, a number that you're looking at, and what is the ROI?
So to answer your question honestly, ma'am, this process the process of building and turning this into a startup and getting all the figures was in the last couple of weeks. We didn't include it in the presentation, but initially, frankly, we need 10 lakhs for right now, and the return of investment would be, since we contacted a few manufacturers in Hyderabad, Naveen fans, we put that in the report. They're willing to market our product along with their fan, etc. So the return of investment would be, are you getting a percentage, and in other words,
Okay,
making money out of it.
Discuss it later. That's
Sure.
fine. We can discuss what ROI and all this is. Just one comment before I give it to her. She's going to talk about cooling. The comment is that, when you're looking at target market, you're only focusing on AC as a target market, but that's not your target market size, because you're talking about the money involved, right? The revenue. So the customer who's looking for AC is not looking for this. When you're looking, because, when you talk to investors also, this will come up. When I'm looking at a market size, I want to know what is the current market in volume, in money, that a cooling device has, right? So if there's an AC or a cooler market, it is certain X billion dollars or whatever. Like, this is the market potential that your product would have. That's how I will know whether it's a good company to invest in or not. Am I looking at getting my money back? That is just a comment. I don't need you to answer anything on that. But think around the target market from that angle, since you're going to be talking to, hopefully, like investors and everyone. Yeah.
Ma'am, just to answer that, so when I was presenting target market, I've explained that we are not trying to compare ourselves to an AC market. We are just trying to market ourselves to those who are not able to afford an AC. This is just an attachment to the fan. So it's just over the existing case. It's not, we're not trying to compare with an AC market or market against it. And I forgot the second point you mentioned. But yeah.
A target market for a volume that you actually want to capture. A target market is how much money can you make in the next 3 years if you target a certain market? Does Bangalore give you X million dollars? Does Mumbai give you what? That's how you're going to think about.
Yeah.
But again, it's going to be a long discussion. So.
Last point, ma'am. So from the target market point of view, we had divided among, according to TAM, SAM, and SOM. So under SOM, we had reached an estimate of 5 to 10 million households. Then for the SOM, that was just general to tier 2 and tier 3 households with hot and humid climate. So maybe Mangalore, Kochi, like that. But yeah, to get a general volume, we'll work more on that.
So first of all, I must compliment you for writing a very good report. I mean, it was a very nice report for us to read, easy to understand, focused, and very nice presentations in terms of the reporting. I also like, the idea of ceiling fan where air velocity and cooling is both complementing each other. So that's a very good idea, a very high potential in the segment that you're talking about. I also, and I don't give a lot of compliment, but you have actually done a very good work in the cooling methodology testing. So I must compliment you. So the testing is well defined, the methodology is well explained and very nicely presented the results so that you get a clear idea of how the performance is. One suggestion I have on that is perhaps it would be you have compared in your report testing with air conditioning system and ceiling fan with your device. Perhaps a naturally ventilated with fan would enhance understanding of where this falls between an air conditioned building and a naturally ventilated building, giving a clear idea of the value that your devices are bringing. I have a couple of technical questions that I want to understand because that's where there are some challenges and there is a lot of potential of this solution, but there are challenges. What was the design temperature of freezing and melting for your PCM?
Yeah, so what we have done is, instead of having one fixed melting point PCM, we have mixed a couple of different melting point PCMs in the hot side. Now, based on our study and based on our testing, we tested the Peltier to generate around 40 degrees. So we, based on that, we have created two variants of PCM material there, one between 40 to 45 and another slightly higher, so that it accept the heat and it basically using the principle of latent heat to maintain and store the heat. So that is what we have done. We had tried mixing a couple of ratios of this PCM and through brute testing is what we found the best solution and that is what we implemented.
Yeah, so that's a great way of thinking about it. But you have to keep in mind that if somebody is using this ceiling fan in an air-conditioned space, your design of PCM when it freezes and when it melts needs to be reconsidered. Yes. So I'm glad that you have thought about it, but also that's something to keep in mind that entire behavior will change whether you are in a naturally ventilated building, and it's a very tricky parameter to design for. And I've also not seen something about recharging of the desiccant.
Yeah.
I think you can perhaps explain a little bit more.
We have done that. I think I forgot to mention it. What we have done is we have a small heat plate that's near the desiccant material. So how the system works is 2 hours of cooling phase. After that, a duration of 15 minutes, that plates will heat up the desiccant material to slowly release the accumulated.
And what's the temperature of recharging?
So the temperature for the desiccant material is 80 degrees. So it'll heat up and it'll release it into the space.
So what I'm trying to imply here is I'm very happy to hear that you have all the numbers, you have thought it through. It definitely needs an iteration in terms of the material selection, the technologies that you are using, because I do see frankly some challenges in getting the temperature delta that you have mentioned.
The desiccant material heating is something we had to do. The heat plate is something we had to provide so that the rechargeability is there.
Yeah.
Ideally, some other solution was to redirect the heat generated from the hot side of the Peltier to heat that.
And some of the energy numbers are very over optimistic, if I can say that, because of these challenges. It's not unsolvable problem, and perhaps you can also consider a little bit more from the room side to a more personalized based solution where a smaller system like this would be a challenge. But heat management is still an area that you need to work significantly on.
Yes. Thank you.
So this disk, I don't know, with this 350 mm, 400 mm, I'm assuming, did you all consider any other options? Standard fan size is 1200 mm. Why not have a disk of 1200 mm? I mean, you don't have to answer, just a suggestion. I mean, are you all optimizing it a bit too early?
Yeah, we try to do as compact as possible, since it's a retrofit device. It affects the aesthetics of the space also. So we try to do something as compact as possible, but it's very much possible to widen it more and give a little more breathing room for the designing and accommodation of different electronics within the system. So
do you think
yeah,
that will have a better performance?
Sorry?
Do you think that will have a better performance than this size?
Yes, it will improve the performance also.
That's where I'm coming from. So are you all optimizing it a bit too early?
Yeah, maybe we should have tried a couple of variants, but then due to limitation of how exactly, like we could not repeatedly print different units, because a printing of one part takes around 2 to 3 days. So then multiple parts came together to make this. So if we had more time, we could have done different variation sizes and tried. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, but there will be an optimal somewhere, right, in the graph. It can't go too expensive also. It can't be too big. I agree, the aesthetics part of it. There's a cost for manufacturing. But if it increases, if you increase this by another 25%, do you get a 40% improvement in performance? Then why not?
Yeah. So that requires to be further tested. So this is the 4th prototype that we built of this idea. So we had built one which was very big because we were still testing the proof of concept.
We are way over time.
Yes, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello, yeah. Thanks, yeah. We're going to take a 5-minute break, yeah. Move it out. Our sixth and final presentation is from Team Gaia. They have worked on a terracotta-based evaporative cooling product. Terracotta pot-based, sorry, evaporative cooling product. Presenters from Team Gaia, please take the stage.
Hello. Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, guys.
Okay,
I would.
One second. One second. Yeah. So, Team Gaia, you have 20 minutes to present your presentation. At the 15th minute, I'll ring one bell. And at the 20th, I'll stop your presentation. You'll not have a 21st minute. This presentation will be followed by a 10-minute Q&A with the jury. All right? Okay. Team Gaia, your presentation, your time starts now.
Hello, guys. We quickly apologize for the inconvenience. We're not going to be presenting on the PPT. We have the papers given to the jury members.
So, hi, this is Team Gaia, and we present to you the Terra Trunk. Merging modern technology with ancient wisdom. Before we begin, I would like to tell that our work on Terra Trunk aligns with 3 sustainable goals. First one being sustainable cities and communities, responsible consumption and production, and climate action. I would like to talk about a growing problem. In cities like Bangalore, there has been a temperature rise of about 4 to 7 degrees Celsius. And this is all because of urbanization. This is not just in Bangalore, but all other cities. And in spite of this substantial rise in temperature, there has only been a mere 24% of households that have any sort of cooling devices present in their homes. And a fraction of this 24%, about 6 to 8%, are the people who use air conditioners. And then there is the market of air coolers, which is again, just serves 10 to 12% of the people, and the market valuation right now is about 1,250 crore rupees. And according to a study, there are going to be 415 million new people who are going to be settled in city areas by 2050. And there begs the question of having a new, better, and sustainable solution for cooling. And that is where Terra Trunk comes into the picture. What is Terra Trunk and how does it work? Let us see that. So Terra Trunk works on dual evaporation process. That means there are 2 stages where the evaporation happens. As you can see here, the air enters from this side and then travels down. There is water at the base and there are sprinklers inside that wet all the system from inside. The air that enters, and because of the porous nature of terracotta, the water that is present on the terracotta gets evaporated, and that is where the first stage of cooling happens. There are also terracotta beads present inside. They are hanging there to increase the evaporative surface. And then the air moves down and then up towards the cellulose pad, which is the second stage where the evaporative cooling happens. And then the fan puts out the cool air to the users. So we have tried to maximize the air that is present inside, the travel time of air inside the system, so that we get a better efficiency of cooling. Now, what are the advantages of using terracotta and Terra Trunk? The first advantage is it's highly portable. You can see it has wheels and it is not that heavy, so you can change the rooms as you like. Second one, it's ultra high efficiency of energy. It just works at 50 watts of power. Apart from this, talking about the core benefits, Terra Trunk is not just a cooling device. It's a design statement for your houses. It will initiate conversations and it will sit on your table tops, beside your flower pots, etc. And it will look good in your homes. Second thing is it provides the sweet smell of petrichor, which is the smell of rain. And then third one being the waterfall sound that many people find pleasing as white noise.
And the best part is it doesn't give any heat islands and urban heat islands. It doesn't give any heat out of the device. It's a completely pure evaporative cooling device, so no heat outside the device.
talking about who are we targeting with this product. So this product, Terra Trunk, is for people who want something more than a fan, but want something affordable and something sustainable than air conditioners.
Hello. So when we're looking at our target market, if we look at our total addressable market, here we would define the total demand for cooling solutions in households in pan-India, right? So the market value of conditioning alone in India was estimated at 29,000 crores in 2022, with a projected CAGR of 17.58% from 2023 to 2028. So moving on to our serviceable available market, we're looking at urban households in hot Indian regions with low AC adoption. So we would focus on such cities like Mumbai, Bangalore, and Hyderabad, and assuming that this subset represents 215 million households of the 330 million that we already discussed in our TAM, it's valued at approximately 19,000 crores. Now, where is our serviceable obtainable market, and what is that definition line that we're giving? We want to target urban middle-income households actively seeking eco-friendly portable cooling, and that is standing at 3,830 crores. So that's our near-term market, which is consisting of approximately 20 million middle-income households that are prioritizing green living. And this is what we are calling our early adopter of this launch.
Okay, in user persona, in order to understand what are the users we are exactly targeting, in order to target larger audience, we have categorized our user into different profiles. One could be Samir, aged from 25 to 30, who is staying in 1 to 2 BHK in Bangalore, and his daily struggles are he cannot afford AC right now, and current summer heat is very frustrating for him. And other user profile could be a family which earns around 7 to 10 lakhs per annum and has children, but the current problem which they are facing is the current solution they have, it's disturbing to their kids for study and other things. And other user profiles could be like me. I recently moved out from my hostel to an apartment with my friends, and we are actively looking for a sustainable option but can't afford ACs. Moving on to user desirability, where we just didn't design our product. We considered our users at each and every step. So that's why we call it designed with them, for them. Talking about more on page number 7, if you look on page number 17, user testing, where there were various ways where we considered our users and asked them for their feedbacks. We surveyed them. We almost surveyed more than 50 house owners, and some of the key insights were that fans are not efficient and ACs are very ACs are unaffordable, as well as our users are looking for something middle ground options, as well as a compact and an easy design. After presenting our product, we got some comments like if it cools then fan, and it's lesser than 10,000, and as well as it has a compact and easy design, it's perfect for their house. And some also users found interesting that terracotta, something we used to cool their for cooling, it also connects them with their culture and the tradition.
Now coming to the cooling performance. Coming to the cooling performance, we tested our setup in a control room and a test room in a 3-story building. The first floor being the test room where our product is going to be tested. The second floor is the control room where no product or no cooling device is present. This room doesn't have any electrical load. Both of the rooms are completely void of any electrical devices. The dimensions are 7 by 6 feet and the height is 7 feet again. Both are identical rooms. We also tested our individual components to understand what is the cooling efficiency of each component separately, so that we can put it together and see what's the final outcome. So we found the CFM of the fan, and also we tested our cellulose paper, which was getting the temperature down to about 5 to 6 degrees Celsius only with the cellulose paper alone. Now, what are the equipments we used to actually develop this and test this cooling? So we used a DHT11 sensor, which has an error rate of 0.5 to 1 degree Celsius. We use an ESP32 for cloud sensing, Arduino Uno, a digital anemometer for the CFM of the fan and the airflow and the temperature of the output air, a Seek thermal camera, which is going to understand the complete setup and understand the ambient temperature and the heat profile. So the sensors we use is, one is the input air temperature, the output air temperature, one meter linearly forward in front of our product, and one in the center of the room where it's away from our product. So those are the sensor placements. In page number 22, you can see our cooling performance, and we were able to get a constant 4-degree drop compared to the control setup in our test room. And our initial prototype and testing gave only about 3 degrees Celsius. After changing the bead layout, increasing the surface area using the cellulose paper, a better water supply to the external surface of the device, we were able to get a much better cooling. In the iMac performance scale, you can see that we are able to get into the comfort zone of the iMac performance. Humidity is a little high, but that's because our windows and rooms were sealed, which shouldn't have been sealed. Now the ease of installation.
So moving on to page number 25, the ease of installation, where it's a very simple design plug and play system, where it consists of 5 simple steps. You can order our Terra trunk on any sales channel, and it is we deliver safe and secure delivery, and then easy installation. All the components are being labeled properly. And once we have set up the product, we can just plug it to the power, and then done. You can enjoy the cool and fresh air of terracotta. In order to increase the longevity of our product, we have 4 different measures which have to be considered for its maintenance. Starting with regular maintenance, our terracotta needs regular cleaning of every 4 months. About the water quality, it is suggested that to use RO water so that the the minerals and the particles of RO water can clog the pores of the terracotta. When our product is not in use, there has to be proper cleanliness being maintained and thoroughly dried when it's not in use. Also, our design is a very modular and component-based design, where if any part of any individual part is being replaced, can be replaced easily without hindering the whole design.
So the future enhancements is going to be the design enhancements, wherein we are going to incorporate better fan structure, like a centrifugal fan, to better perform in the different pressure zones, because there's a cellulose paper stopping the airflow to be smooth. That is one thing we're going to do. And on page 24, we have the KPIs, where we are going to compare the water cooler with our fan and also with our device. We can see a 100% increase from fan, 100% increase from a normal without any cooling device, and it's 50% lesser than a water cooler, but the best coefficient of performance. We're getting at 6 coefficient of performance, and rather than an AC being at 3 or 4.
Okay, so now moving on to our financial feasibility. First, on page 28, you can see the summary and bill of materials. This is just to show that basically, on the basis of raw material, our price is at 5,270 rupees. But moving on to page 30, if we're looking more in depth at cost plus pricing, and taking into account our direct cost monthly. So for here, what we did, we took 200 units as our value per month. And with that, our total direct cost comes to around 13 lakhs for direct costs. For indirect costs monthly, it's another 60,000. So that brings our initial capital cost to around 13.72 lakhs. But after talking with our industry partner, we wanted to identify a healthy profit margin or a markup cost to keep. So we were able to identify and benchmark with other competitors as well. And so we arrived at 12%. So this brings our total unit cost to 7,685, scaled up to 7,699 for our actual market price. Now on to page 31, value-based pricing. So as mentioned before, when we did our initial surveying, we surveyed 50 households. So there we could say that when we were initially talking about what kind of cooling solution they would want, since it was a very user-centric design, we were also like discussing with them as per their expectations. So there when we talked about pricing, most of our users were clubbed under the price of 7,000 to 8,000 in terms of their willingness to pay for such a product. But of course, it's very important to note that after actually designing the product, after that we would have to show it to users to see if their opinion changes. So we held focus groups with the same people that we surveyed. We showed them what exactly our product has to offer, its core benefits mentioned as before, and we asked them feedback to see if their opinion also changed. After that, we rolled out another survey, and there we were able to see that there was a change where the majority was ready to pay 8,000 to 9,000 rupees for the same product. So here we can see that our cost plus pricing is lower than our value-based pricing, which puts us at a healthy spot. Now if we move to page 32, here we'll look at investors' value proposition. So as mentioned in the previously, we can see that our total capital cost with the markup is 15.37 lakhs. So here, also with our scalability action plan, so we try to see in year 1, if we are not able to meet our monthly target of 200, because like we're doing, it's like a careful pilot core team. So let's say that we weren't able to meet that, and our units sold that year is 1,700 rupees, 1,700 units. So our ROI is negative in the first year, but as the years progress, we'd like to hire more than just 2 assemblers right now. So we have 2 assemblers full-time, so we would hire more, and we would also work with just more than 1 artisan group. So there, we would be able to be more productive in terms of how many units per month we can create. Also, of course, we can also benefit from buying economies of scales. So if we thicken our supplier contracts and we're able to get discounts, then we can have regional expansion, which will be discussed in go-to-market strategy. So the next page 33 shows this ROI. Okay, moving on to our go-to-market strategy on page 35. This is shown in 3 phases. So in phase 1, that would be our pilot and brand seeding phase. So here, our main target consumers are eco-conscious homeowners and PG rented apartment residents. So our sales approach here would be B2C with direct sales and also with local partnerships and showroom-based demonstrations in terms of how we would want to sell our product. So here we can see that platforms that we can associate with is the Local Project. The Local Project is a publication based in India that talks about like design-led solutions that are very eco-conscious. So that would make us, like our brand, it would boost brand awareness. We could also have these partnerships with One Green and Pepper House. One Green is one of India's leading marketplace curated for green solutions. And Pepper House also shows eco-conscious design-led solutions as well, and it sells too. So moving on to phase 2, our target customers here would be urban housing societies, sustainable architects, and boutique homestays, where we would like to have online website sales, retail partnerships, and institutional sales as well. So here we mentioned Tescon, which is a green consultancy and solution firm where they sell sustainable furniture, appliances. And then phase 3, we have other metropolitan tier 1 and 2 cities which we'd like to expand to, and real estate projects as well on a larger scale, such as smart cities and ESG builders.
Before we close, I wanted to tell you guys a very fascinating thing which I experienced. So I would like to welcome our industry partner, Mr. Tiger Astor is here from Ambiator. And this was my visit to Hyderabad, and then I went in front of his cooling device, and it felt like AC. Like literally, it felt so cold. Below the wet bulb temperature, they have a patented technology. And that blew my mind on the uniqueness and how they've made that solution with a double evaporative, direct evaporative cooler. So there's a stage where it's a dry cooling and then a wet cooling. And it was very fascinating without using much electricity, only with evaporation, you're able to achieve less than wet bulb temperature. That was really fascinating for us, and we wanted to incorporate that. But due to a few limitations in terms of pot making, it's a little bit difficult in custom designing pots. So otherwise, we would have actually had a heat exchanger with a cellulose paper and more than that. Right now, it is working as a personal cooling solution, but we have confidence that this is going to become something which is going to have more impact on high impact zones in terms of cooling. And before I close, we would like to say that we are the best team to work on this because we are a very good mixture of data scientists, e-mobility, design, and also design. So basically, I would like to close by saying thank you so much for your time, and that's my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Team Gaia. We're moving on to the jury for their questions now. Kshitij, yes, thank you.
Cool. Good job, guys. I enjoyed reading your report. I know when I submitted the D4, especially the first half of the report. I see you all have also worked on a lot of comments that were given by the reviewers. So good job on that as well. I see a change in the financial feasibility and GTM. You all have really thought through it, which is very aligned with your product that you all are trying to design. So +1 to that. I think your design is quite unique. It has a lot of potential. I think you should think of it as a system rather than just a one appliance. Your co-benefits are beautiful, and I was actually imagining what I'm okay having this in my home, right? I'm okay having 4 of them in my home, literally. So think of it, how does it work as a system rather than just one device, and there's a lot of potential in it. You'll need to probably fine-tune a bit more on your target market while you'll have tried to explain it. But I think this is a very peculiar product. It's not going to suit everybody and anybody, right? In terms of numbers, addressable market, there might be a couple of millions, whatever it is, but not everybody's going to buy it. Think of it like iPhone, right? Who needs a smartphone? Pretty much everybody, but not everybody buys an iPhone, right? It's a very particular psychographic persona that you need to address to, and how big is that? So I couldn't find any of those details, so if you could work on that, that will be good. But otherwise, yeah, good job. I don't have anything else, but good work.
So I would like to add one comment to that. So initially, this was our first iteration. In this iteration, we do not have any cellulose pad or anything inside. This is pure terracotta, and we're getting 3 degrees of cooling only with pure terracotta, with a 1 meter distance of cooling. And we thought, what is the easiest way to become a better cooler? Just increase the size, we thought. It's not as simple as that, is what we realized. It's the 2 main things is rate of evaporation and the airflow, which we realized that the product which we are targeting is 7,000 to 8,000. But if we are selling this product, it costed us only 2,500 to 3,000 rupees. So we can have a product which is much lesser for the different market, and a very premium product with a double heat exchanger, which can perform much better than any water cooler could perform with a best COP performance, yes.
Yeah, good job on the product. I think Kshitij is good in giving all positive reinforcement. So I won't do much. I will just comment on one thing. I really liked how you had the pain point defined as a product rather than just a general pain point. So I think which was quite refreshing to see. So now coming to your 7 years warranty, is it an arbitrary number, or did you actually think about it? How did you come up with 7 years warranty?
Can I answer this? Yeah. So we initially, it was through the reviews and talking to people, we got a few main concerns which we wanted to address quickly. The 3 concerns was durability, portability, and is it good enough in terms of like, will it break, or the efficiency of the product. So in terms of sorry, I lost my train of thought. Could you please repeat your
Don't
question?
worry about it. So what I'm asking is, how did you come up with that this has a 7 years warranty?
Yes.
Right?
So because of the durability, we had to rethink and understand whether it actually cracks with water and all of these things. And because this is terracotta, it's not just clay, it's been baked and it survived the baking process. So many pots actually break in the baking process itself. So if it survived that, it's actually a really strong material, one thing. And we have done a research on existing terracotta pots and solutions. It lasts about up to 10 years. But we have given 7 years because of constant water supply and the vibration of the fan.
So, I mean, do you not see, I don't know, water cleaning? Like, how often do you need to do that? You have mentioned it as well. I think you've been quite
Yes, we
honest
have.
about it, mold growth, or there are going to be a couple of concerns regarding that. Yes. Have you thought about it? One. Second, what is the, scale-up challenge that you think this would have? You're not going to sell one unit, right? When you're making a lot, like you want to sell 1,700 units. When you're making 1,700 units in a factory, what is your scale-up challenge? What is it that you've thought about?
Answering the question about the mold growth or the algae growth in the product. So we have thought about it. There are multiple solutions that are water-soluble solutions. They come in packets. You can put it on the pot itself, or it's like a paste. We can apply it to the pot. There are multiple solutions like that which prevent the algae growth. Also, the question about mineral deposition. So we have, like we said, after 4 months, because it is modular, you can just turn it and pick up the product, and you are just left with the pot. So you can clean it easily.
The other suggestion is
So you're saying that this will have an empty pot and you can just do it like
So,
you do any matka, essentially. Okay.
So all the attachments to the device will come out with the flip cap. And one more thing is, because it's constantly moving water, the algae growth is not an issue as we thought of initially. And the mineral deposit, we would suggest using RO water for longer without cleaning. Otherwise, you will have to clean it once in 3 to 4 months with an easy to use homemade solution like baking soda, salt, and vinegar. Yeah.
As for what you asked about scalability, so our initial challenge was that you can't just bulk produce terracotta pots. So that was our initial challenge. Like, we were trying to understand how we could keep labor costs, for example, in a relevant, at a relevant number, or without having to jeopardize it by, say, hiring many more people to make the pots. So that was our initial challenge. And even in our initial costing, we've only put 2 people working full-time, and then we've mentioned that there would be part-time workers. So that was our initial challenge. How would we increase this number without jeopardizing our total cost too much? So what we were kind of thinking is that if we could keep terracotta pots away for a second and think about all of the other raw materials. How could we strengthen our supplier contracts with that raw materials? How could we achieve economies of scales there to overcompensate for the money that we would need to redirect to laboring costs to make these terracotta pots?
Also, these are mass-produced pots, so it's not like we're making custom pots. So it's just going to attach on a pre-existing general size pot.
So if I just go and buy a terracotta pot, can I put that white thing on top of it and
Yes,
use it?
definitely, if it is of this size.
That would be good.
Yes.
Yeah. Just one more comment. Please do mention currency when you're talking about numbers, because it could be rupees, dollars, I don't know, right? So that's very important. So, yeah. Okay, good job.
So, first of all, very nice idea to look at evaporative cooler, very aesthetically pleasing. But when I look at evaporative cooler, there are some numbers, that we would definitely want to see. Having an isolation temperature numbers without knowing the flow, the cooling capacity, the delivery, is really not telling us a lot about what their capabilities are, right? And so I know you mentioned instruments for flow measurement, but I don't see the flow values given. And so that's one of my major concern in terms of actual cooling performance is going to be a challenge. Definitely you can increase, the number of complexities by having a dual, stage evaporator pads. I also have a question in terms of the durability of this, like matka can crack very easily. And we have also observed in terracotta, materials can crack very easily. Have you, and you mentioned durability is one of the most important parameter. So how are you planning to address that in this solution, especially if it's a portable solution?
So, as talking about the modular design which we have, where we have made components different. So, as in, if the pot cracks, the pot almost costs somewhere around 700 to 800, and we can just remove the lid and change the pot itself. So, the maintenance or the replacement of the products is very easily, where you don't have to change the whole product or buy the new whole product. You can just change the specific component of it, and it's back to its normal original design.
But that also means that you expect it to be broken, and you have a pathway to have a cheaper way of fixing it. Is that correct?
Not exactly, sir. So just to give you a little clarity, we have only very few working components, which is just a water pump and a fan. That is all about it.
I'm just
and
talking
also about the
pots.
pot itself. It is going to last for 7 years for sure, because we've done intense research on this. But it can be probably marketed in a smart way in terms of social media saying that. Yeah.
I have a question on
Yes,
that, but
please.
I will leave it at that. We'll have an offline discussion on that. The last question I want to ask to you is the room that it can serve. Have you, like, I think what Kshitij mentioned has a very important variable to think about. That have you considered this as a more personalized cooling than a room cooling solution?
This is currently a personalized cooler that we have here. This is personalized. We are working like he was talking about indirect direct cooling. That will be for the room size or even for rooms that are this big. So currently this is personalized.
So not only that, the airflow through the cellulose paper is really difficult to achieve through an axial fan, which we got. We did not have the industry know of how to actually do evaporative cooling. We understood it with our industry partner, and we can actually implement centrifugal fans for better airflow performance.
Absolutely. I think there is a lot of potential.
Yes.
You guys have done a good job.
Yes.
But there are some fundamental things that you would need to strengthen to make it work.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Team Gaia. Yeah.
Thank you.
So that was the last presentation in the Residential Cooling Retrofit Division. Our esteemed jury here has shown a lot of dedication and for assessing these entries, and I want to thank them. Thank you, Kshitij, Himansha, Yash. Thank you so much for your time. And I want to congratulate all the finalists here. As a jury coordinator for this division, I have had the opportunity to see these teams submit the deliverables. And when I say deliverables, it's from D1 to D4. And all the teams, they have done some incredible work. Let's not forget that these teams have discovered a way to collaborate and design during the last 9 months. I think that itself deserves a big round of applause, everyone. Fantastic work. This evening, the jury will deliberate and they'll decide the winner and runner-up teams. And while we wait, don't forget to head to our YouTube channel to vote for your favorite movie. And you can vote till 5 p.m. today. We have an exhibition called the Climate Smart Innovation Exhibition, where you get to see innovative building products from the industry that address climate change. The exhibition is now open for you. Please proceed to the multiplex zone, which is about 5 to 7 minutes from here. And for the people who are online, stay tuned to our channel at 6 p.m. Watch the 10 exhibitors pitch their product in a bid to win the Climate Smart Innovation Award. Until then, have a great evening.
The world is so hot, hot, hot. We're making it cool, cool, cool. We're from SDI, net zero through and through. The world is so hot, hot, hot. We're making it cool, cool, cool. We're from SDI, net zero through and through. The world is so hot, hot, hot. We're making it cool, cool, cool. We're from SDI, net zero through and through. The world is so hot, hot, hot. We're making it cool, cool, cool. We're from SDI, net zero through and through. The world is so hot, hot, hot. We're making it cool, cool, cool. We're from SDI, net zero through and through. The world is so hot, hot, hot. We're making it cool, cool, cool. We're from SDI, net zero through and through. The world is so hot, hot, hot. We're making it cool, cool, cool. We're from SDI, net zero through and through. The world is so hot, hot, hot. We're making it cool, cool, cool. We're from SDI, net zero through and through. The world is so hot.